we should be live now. Hello?
Yes.
I told you to stay silent.
Okay.
Oops. Anyway. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Choose to Meet You. It's been like half a year since the last one, but hello. Alright, well, today we have a very special guest. But first I wanted to just say hi, everyone. Thanks for waiting and all of the time changes that happened. But you know how it is. Anyway, hello! We will be having a very special guest today. So yeah. Let's go! Alright, say hello everybody to Marcie! Wee! Or
Hi.
yeah, hi! So I mean, like, firstly, Marcie, you're like not very new to streaming or interviews or collabs and stuff at all. So
Yeah, I've done all of those things at some point or another.
I feel like you should have a more comfortable time on the stream compared to other people. In the sense that I think like some of my guests have not done this kind of thing before, so hopefully today is quite natural and a good return, good return to the format. Anyway, hello everyone. I just want to say before we get started, how is Marcie's sound? Is Marcie loud enough? I just want to check. Maybe speak a little bit.
Yeah, I'm speaking.
Yeah, speaking.
I'm saying words.
Yeah. I think your voice is lower than Marcie's. Really? Okay, I can make myself louder. How's that? Is that okay? Sounds fine. Lower
Let's
a bit.
see.
All right. Hello. Are we good? Yeah. Okay. I think. Okay. Better. Okay. Well, then I'll make myself a tad louder. All right. Okay. I think we're good to go now. Hello.
Yep.
So firstly, I'm pleased to meet you, Marcie. Even though we're not actually meeting each other, but
Yeah, we've met.
Okay, so
let's not advertise falsely here.
Okay. we're not liars. Anyway, so to get started, I guess you should introduce yourself. You're for anybody who might not know you.
Sure. So hi, my name is Marcie. I run a YouTube channel called NezumiVA, where I make mostly video essays, like analysis type stuff, but I'm also a voice actor by trade. And that's pretty much what I do.
Yeah. So on the gallery right now we got I guess your two avatars. So I just wanted to ask you, so your little Sonic OC avatar, Sona. Do they have a name, or are they also just Marcie?
It's also just Marcie, yeah.
Yeah, everything is Marcie. Alright, well, thank you. So again, with NezumiVA, I was wondering, where did the origin of that come from? Obviously, VA being voice actor, but where did Nezumi come from?
Well, you see, and it's actually funny, I do remember seeing somebody ask, like, oh, is that related to a Danganronpa thing? And no, it's not. So this is actually related to the Sonic stuff. So basically, the way I got started doing voice acting online primarily was by doing a lot of Sonic fan projects when I was younger. And I voiced Sonic in a lot of them. So in all of the Japanese dubs for Sonic, because I'm a fucking weeb. Oh, sorry, can I swear on here?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay. But yeah, so in all of the Japanese dubs for Sonic, they use the term Hare Nezumi to say hedgehog. So it was just like, I voiced Sonic in a lot of things. I'm just going to take the Nezumi out of Hare Nezumi, append the VA, and then there you go. That was it. Nothing special.
I see. Because Nezumi means like mouse or rat.
Yes.
So not
It's
really
like,
a hedgehog.
It was like, on one hand, I was like, oh, I could do Hare Nezumi, but like, it sounded like a little bit too much of a mouthful, so I was like, I'll just...
It's a bit long.
So I just left it at that.
Well, there we go. Weeb origins. All right. So you have a interest in a wide variety of media. Just to give anyone who doesn't know too much about you or your channel, what are some of the series you most heavily associate with?
Well, obviously Sonic is one of them. That's something that I've been into for a very long time, ever since I was a little child. Danganronpa is also one, as has become a bit of a thorn in my side, but it happens. Ace Attorney, and some other things. Like I really like Evangelion. I really like anything made by, well, maybe not anything, but a lot of things made by Type Moon. Yeah, that's about the gambit, I would say. Oh, and Homestuck, I guess.
I liked how that was a little bit hesitant.
Yeah, well, we all make decisions in our youth.
Like I never started Homestuck. I think actually no, that's a lie. I started it, but I was like, this is I don't get it.
Yeah, there's a bit of a curve to falling into the Homestuck rabbit hole, as it were, and if you don't get fully consumed, then I'd say in many ways you've dodged a bullet.
Because at least for me, back on like Tumblr times, I always thought like Homestuck and Danganronpa were like fandom cousins in a way. Like you would have a little overlap between the two people, and I'll be like, oh well, I guess I gotta check out Homestuck, and then I couldn't.
A lot of strange rivalry there too, though.
Yeah, Tumblr is of time. Anyway, I don't know, because you still use Tumblr now, but I haven't been there in years. Are people more chill now?
I wouldn't necessarily say that. Right. I do think that it's better than Twitter, though, but that's not really hard.
Yeah, Twitter sets the bar low, but it's the place I am at. All right.
Yeah.
So your YouTube channel mainly focuses on discussing and critiquing media in video essay analysis styles. So I was wondering if you always had an interest in writing, or was it more so that you were just really passionate about topics, so that writing just became a way that you wanted to express those thoughts or ideas?
It's kind of a little bit of a mix of both, I guess, because I've always really enjoyed sort of like video editing and stuff, mainly because it kind of ties into the voice acting thing, I guess, because whenever I was younger, when I would make voice acting clips or like little fan dubs or whatever, I would want to be able to edit it myself so that I could put it on like a YouTube channel or whatever. And none of them exist anymore. Don't go looking for them. But so I kind of just like by necessity learned how to video edit specifically so that I could do that. Oh, and also make AMVs, as you do when you're like 12. And so that's where a lot of that came from. And then I kind of started to refine it. When I got into high school, I had a lot of like presentation projects that you had to do. And anytime the teacher would allow me to do video instead of like a PowerPoint or a poster board or whatever, I would do that instead because I found it a lot more enjoyable. And I would insert jokes and bits into stuff, and people liked it. And I started to think around that time that I was like, oh, I could probably do something like that in the future, like on a larger scale. And then cut forward many years, I'm bored, the pandemic is happening, a lot of stuff is happening, and I was just like, I don't know, I need something to busy myself with. And around that time I had started watching some other video essayists on YouTube and stuff, and I have done a lot of writing on either Tumblr or the equivalent of Live Journal and stuff back in the day. I enjoy picking things apart. I enjoy writing character meta and stuff like that. And so I was like, oh, what if I combine these two interests of mine and then start doing video stuff, because that seems to be a thing people are doing now. And I guess it kind of ended up working out. Yeah.
I mean, oh gosh, when you say you wanted to do all the fun stuff for projects, that's relatable. But like,
Yeah,
wait,
no,
so you made AMVs back in the day? Was it like Windows Movie Maker or?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Windows Movie Maker was definitely my tool of trade for a while. I can't remember there was another video editor. It was like a free one that I used for a while. I think it was called VideoPad. It was not very good. For some reason, every time I exported something from it, it had like this weird digital artifacting thing going on. It looked like I was running it through a VHS player that was dying.
Ah, hey, that's the aesthetic nowadays, you know?
But yeah, I mean, now it would work, but at the time it was really ugly. But yeah, I don't know. I think I have told a story about this to my chat, or maybe it was my Discord server. I can't remember. But also to like talk about the project thing too. One time I had to do an economics project where I had to explain the concept of microeconomics. And I was like, man, this is about the most boring thing you could think of. And I made it into basically just a huge shit post. I like had poorly drawn like MS Paint like dolphin character, and it's like, oh, he's trying to sell GIFs of Snoop Dogg doing this funny dance, and this is how you translate this to microeconomics. Or it was really dumb. But it technically counted like for all of the points that were on the rubric, and so the teacher had to give me a passing grade, even though I think he was really angry about it.
I mean, I'm sure your like, was it a class presentation kind of thing too? Okay, I'm sure they enjoyed the heck out of it. You know, it's like
oh yeah, the class enjoyed it quite a bit. They thought it was really funny.
That makes sense. Either like when I was speaking about like, so if writing came first or the passion came first. For me, I think it was like I really enjoyed drawing, but then it's because of the media I watched that I wanted to draw more and like draw them. Right? And so
yes,
I feel like
absolutely.
It's kind of mutual, I guess, this kind of thing. I guess
they kind of spur each other on.
Yeah, brain rot really makes stuff happen.
It really does.
Okay, so like, what drew you to actually making video essays? I guess you kind of talked about this, but like the video editing part, because like AMVs and stuff are completely different formats.
Right.
But like,
yes.
Did you have experience editing more like scripted stuff before?
I mean, like, really, I guess as far as that goes, it would just be kind of like the projects sort of thing. But like, what really kind of turned me on to the actual video essay format would probably be, you know, just a few people I kind of started watching around that time. Like, obviously, everybody cites H-Bomber Guy because, of course, I really like his stuff. It's really good. I've also, I forget like who exactly I was watching at the time. Like, I know I was also like watching some of Summoning Salt stuff. I was watching like Jacob Geller stuff. And then my friend Bess also, who has made like some pretty excellent video essay stuff about When They Cry. I can't remember when exactly she started, but like definitely started watching some of those around the time as well. And it was just one of those things where it was like, because all of those interests sort of melded together, and because I was bored and because I needed something to do at the time, it was just kind of one of those things where it's like, oh, well, I have a lot of things along those lines that I would like to ramble about and share my thoughts on. I think I could probably do that. Spoilers, I got way better at it as time went on.
I think, like, I guess that's just natural for everybody. Also, I'm just gonna bring this up. Kitty in the chat is saying, just notice the titles and notes underneath our names. Such a mood on both fronts. Well, yes. I guess do you wanna like explain your little title there?
Oh yes. Well, you know, I had to keep the Danganronpa name scheme, so I went ahead and did that, but also Witch Stan, because I do sure love that golden witch Beatrice. I sure do.
Wait, is that how you pronounce it?
That is in fact how you pronounce it.
Oh, well, I learned something new every day.
The Italian pronunciation of the name, yes.
She's Italian? Clearly, I have much to learn.
there's some lore involved here.
All right. And like Undermines, VNs are the only way I read. Yeah, I barely read any books, so visual novels are the way to go. I've always been like a more image-based person anyway. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
When I
used to read more books in school.
Yeah, I used to not read books in school. But I think it's like because I don't know. I've always just liked pictures or moving pictures. So if you don't have a picture, I'm just like I don't know what this person looks like in my brain.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I think it probably also has to do with, you know how people talk about like what like level of visual brain you have? Like, can you imagine an apple like in 3D in your mind kind of thing? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't think I can. Like, I think I...
Can you not?
I don't think I can imagine a 3D apple.
Because I'm pretty sure that I can. Like, I'm closing my eyes right now. I'm envisioning the apple in my mind.
All right.
And it's rotating.
I want to ask the
like,
chat.
You know, the SpongeBob rotating Krabby Patty.
Yeah, I want to ask the chat. Can you see the apple in your mind? All right, as we keep going, so we both enjoy using, you know, Asonas and stuff. Mm-hmm, oh wait, I missed a question. Anyway, hey, so so what is your process when it comes to actually planning and creating videos? Like, does the script come first, or do you think like, wow, I really enjoyed that game / video / anime / whatever. I want to make something about it. Like, what's the process?
Yeah, so it kind of does. Yeah, it starts with like sort of more of a like conception, I guess, because nowadays, like back in the day when I first started YouTube, it was just like, oh, I like this thing right now, and I want to make a video about it right now. Nowadays, unfortunately, I can't do that anymore because YouTube's algorithm, I have to make money to live. So I kind of have to pick and choose a little bit more wisely. But it kind of comes down to like, what's something that I like that is sort of relevant right now and gives me enough brain rot that I can sustain myself through a script writing process as long as it takes to actually get done with this.
So true.
And so from there, usually, since I've been doing mostly video games for a while now, it just kind of comes down to first, I'll go replay through the entire thing and record it while I'm doing it. Usually take notes during that time, make sure that there are specific things like that. If they stick out to me that I definitely want to talk about that in particular, then I will jot that down. Then I go and like double check myself on everything, like read up on the development of the game and all of its like fun facts that I can find anywhere on like official websites, Q&As, interviews with people that were on the staff, that kind of stuff. And sort of like pick out anything that I find interesting about that, and make a note of that. And then from there, it's just like I have the bullet point list of everything from like development to the actual events of the game in order. And just like I have to hit all of these things, and then I just start word vomiting on a Google Doc. I get a second pass through from Austin, who usually co-writes for me, punches up jokes, inserts some other things that might be interesting, fixes awkward wording here and there. And then we move right into recording the audio, recording any video that needs to be done. And then I sequester myself in front of my computer for 2 unbroken weeks as I weep in front of my keyboard, editing it until it's done.
Sounds like quite a time. But I get what you mean, like now, because I guess you can rely on YouTube more as a financial thing, that like you have to be more thoughtful about like what you spend your time making. And that is the thing, right? Like as your, I guess your hobbies become something that you rely on, you're like, oh, I gotta think a bit more responsibly. But I think like you are able to manage it in a way where you're still having fun with the things that you talk about. So I'm really happy about that. That I don't know, over time you've just found your niche, your audience, and I'm really glad that you have the support you have. And where can people go support you more?
Yes, my YouTube channel is youtube.com/NezumiVA. My Twitter is twitter.com/NezumiVA. My Patreon is patreon.com/NezumiVA. It's NezumiVA all the way down.
I think I should have the links in the description of the stream, so if you want, go ahead and do that. Also, while you were in the middle of that, we got like a little super chat. Thank you so much, Gabby.
Thank you.
Mwah, hope you guys are having fun. Thank you. And also with the stream, like if you want to send a super chat, go follow Marcie on Patreon instead. I think that support would be
you can
way
do
more
whatever
helpful.
you want.
No. I think you should go to Patreon, Marcie. NezumiVA. Anyway, so yeah, it's a lot of work being a YouTuber, and I feel like a lot of people don't understand how much work has to be put into every single video, especially like yours.
Yeah, it's a lot, and to be fair, I do push myself a little too often to get it done in a little bit shorter of a time than maybe I should. With at least the editing, the writing is what takes the longest. Like I actually usually take a lot of time on that, but once it gets to the editing, it's like okay, I will no longer be human for the next several days.
But I totally understand what you mean by like going really hard into like research and stuff. Oh man, I feel like during school I didn't really care about my projects, so like I just do the bare minimum of research. But like there's been times like, for example, so I did a stream where I watched the Danganronpa stage play, and I remember I went like so hard and ham into like researching stuff about that. I mean, Danganronpa wiki is very helpful, but like I was like browsing Japanese forums and stuff, and I was like, wow, I'm truly brain rot right now.
I mean, like that's the thing though. That's the thing that I think helps with that sort of thing, is because like I don't usually try to think of it as like, oh, I'm doing like a project right now. Like I'm researching for a project, because that does make it feel a little bit more like work. To me, I just kind of treat it like the way that I did things back when I was like obsessed with something in school. Like, you know, I would just go around reading everything about it because I was just so obsessed with it that I wanted to know everything. So, you know, there was a differentiation in my brain between work and pleasure there, where it's like, no, I just need to sate, you know, my curiosity. That's all.
Wait, Marcie, I feel like we're both PowerPoint people. Do you like PowerPoints or making PowerPoints?
I kind of enjoyed PowerPoints back in school. Like, it depends. Like, if it's just like a purely like, oh, you just have to do like a really informational text PowerPoint, then like, that shit's boring. Get that out of my face. But like, if I get to add like spicy little transitions and funny pictures and stuff like that, then like that's perfect. That's exactly what I want.
I feel like when it comes to PowerPoints, so like back in school, right? Even now, I don't really like public speaking and stuff. But when it comes to PowerPoints, I'll be like, look at my fancy PowerPoint. Look at all the animations I added.
Exactly.
All right. Well, now we can go to that question that I skipped. Anyway, so we both enjoy using artwork or sonas to represent our point. I was wondering, so let's go to the gallery. So you have your little persona and also your on-screen appearances at times. I was wondering, at what point did you start inserting footage of yourself to your videos, and if you remember how that felt like? Because was it something you were comfortable with, or did you kind of ever regret that you were no longer an anonymous person?
Yeah, I kind of started doing it pretty early on, honestly. And part of why it was easy for me is because on a lot of those older channels of mine, I would just do that anyway, for like little gags or skits or whatever. So it wasn't anything particularly new to me. But at the same time, this is the first channel that I've ever made that has gotten like any significant attention. So at the same time, I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of two minds about it. Sometimes I'm like, you know, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I should have kept my privacy. But I don't know. I like being on camera just because I get to like do funny stuff with it, and also I'm a little vain. Oh, we're all a little vain. So I occasionally I get the feeling, ooh, look at me, but I also how do I put this? Like, I don't feel as though I want to have one or the other necessarily. I think like doing art representations and doing on-camera representations of myself is fun to like do simultaneously. It's fun to kind of like weave those together and do something fun with it.
Yeah, I feel like because growing up, I was like super camera shy. Even now, I feel like I'm a very non-selfie type person. And then like obviously having a soda does help with that. But I feel like
yes.
So for me, it was like cosplay that helped me be a little bit more comfortable on camera. But at the same time, it was because I felt like, oh, it's not me. I'm Hatsune Miku right now.
yeah. That makes sense to me because I did also dabble in a bit of cosplay myself during my teenage years and stuff. So I'm sure that probably contributed to it somewhat as well.
I think for me, it's like if I had a choice, I would not have been on camera. But like the first video that I uploaded on my YouTube channel literally is a vlog. I'm like, well, never mind.
There you go.
Oops.
You've already made your choice.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you're a cosplayer, you kind of want to show your photo, so it's like, oops. Well, there we go. Yeah. There we go. Get out of your comfort shell. All right. So, not only do you make a good video, you also make the good art. So, what can't you do?
Well, if you say so.
Yes, I do say so. So I was wondering, what were your inspirations to begin drawing? And we'll have them on the screen.
Yes, and I was relying on that to remind me. So yeah, obviously I did, like on the left here is I put some of my inspirations, and on the right I put some of my actual art. Now, obviously a big inspiration for art, especially when I was very small, was Sonic, because that didn't require, like, I mean, obviously Sonic characters have their own unique style, they have their own anatomy and stuff like that, but like crucially, they're made up of sort of simple shapes that you can kind of learn your way around. And once you learn those shapes, it is a lot easier to finick with them and draw them than, say, a realistically rendered human would be.
Yep.
So that got me into the habit of like understanding the shapes that make up a person, or like, you know, a character or whatever, and kind of trying to do those over and over again and get my brain used to it. And then that led to other things that I was inspired by, especially because once I was in later elementary school, I started getting into anime very heavily, obviously. And I put some other things here, like obviously in middle school, I was very into Soul Eater. I really like that style because of the sort of like angular edges and the very twisted facial expressions and stuff like that. That's really fun. Also, the proportions have also like always been very fun to me from that. I really like these sort of like elongated limbs. We have Zatch Bell here as well. That is a huge inspiration for me, facial expression wise, and also just like texture and like grit wise. Very like cool action, like line work and stuff, and shadow work in that especially. And then, of course, up there is a cap from the Umineko manga, because holy crap, the facial expressions in that manga are crazy. And then right in the middle there is actually a cap from a forum comic called NanQuest, which is really, really good. And that inspired the art style of my little webcomic that you can see 2 caps of my little webcomic on the right side at the bottom there. Just kind of that simple style where it's like very cartoony, but like still noticeable features on each character, despite the simplified style, which makes drawing a lot of them a lot more convenient.
Yeah, I think I remember. Okay, so like, speaking of Sonic, right? So I never played Sonic games growing up, but what I did have was Sonic X.
Yes.
So I remember like I watched that on YouTube in like parts, and I was like, "What the heck is this, Sonic?" But I do remember like drawing Sonic as a kid, like, but I think I drew like human Sonic.
I see. Your little Gajinka Sonic.
Yeah, Gajinkas. But yeah, like I don't know. Soul Eater also was a big inspo for me. Although I feel like I don't know. Soul Eater not. It's something like I was just like, oh, kind of disappointing how the art style has changed.
Yeah, I did not care for that. I vastly preferred the original style of Soul Eater.
Yeah. But like I have to agree with you with like the crazy faces and stuff like that. I don't know. Something I think like nowadays, like those kinds of art styles or like facial expressions are way more, I don't know, popular, or like have a lot more people who are like, yeah, that's the stuff.
Because that's the thing, really. Like, you know, I mostly just do art for a hobby or like for fun, as opposed to like doing it very seriously like other people. But that's the one thing that like I'm still pretty shoddy at anatomy. I'm still pretty shoddy at like hands, feet, whatever. But the one thing that I have always been told that I'm good at is expression. And that's the one thing that I've always tried to be best at, because I guess that's the stuff that's stuck out to me the most.
I completely get that. Like, when it comes to myself, like drawing, right? I don't feel like I learned from fundamentals. So if I wanted to do something very technical now, I feel like I would be like, I can't. But that's just like, I think, quite normal. And I feel like people now have like way more resources to just like start from scratch and like actual
absolutely,
like fundamental help and whatnot. But yeah, all right. Well, I'm gonna continue, and just in case someone is new to your channel, what videos would you personally recommend people check out first?
Well, I think we also had a slide for this, didn't we?
Yes, we do.
Okay, yes. So yeah, first, I'm actually kind of going a little out of order here, because the first out of all of these that I would recommend to a new viewer is actually the Germa Dollhouse and Parasocial Horror, which is on the right. It is, for one, shorter than the other two, significantly. But also just because, like, I don't know, I think that video still for me is very, like, it hits on the kind of thing that I want to do, where I, like, take multiple topics or, like, multiple media topics, especially, and sort of intertwine them into one point that I'm trying to make. I would like to do that kind of stuff more. But these other two retrospectives are also very good, in my opinion. I think they kind of showcase the platonic ideal of my skill in those types of videos. The Undertale retrospective and the Shadow the Hedgehog one. The Shadow the Hedgehog one is more of a subscriber special, so that there may be a couple in-jokes in there that you don't really get if you haven't watched some of the other ones, but don't worry about that too much. But yeah, I think all of those are pretty good, like, summations of what exactly I do.
Yeah. I think, like, so the first video that I ever watched from you, which I didn't realize was from you, was, again, I've also told you this, but it was your Mirai Nikki video.
Yes.
Anyway.
I'm not as, like, I mean, okay, I think it's all right. I'm not as proud of it as a lot of my other stuff. I still don't like that show, though.
I feel like Mirai Nikki is like a guilty pleasure for me.
No, it makes sense, because, like, the thing about it is, like, it's got a lot of really cool ideas and, like, cool character designs and stuff like that, and
but some of the content
also,
is no.
Yeah. The music slaps, though. It's so good. It has no reason to be as good as it is.
Oh, someone says their first video was the Doki Doki Literature Club video that you made.
Yeah, I really liked that one too. It was just kind of fun, like sort of almost doing the like kind of ARG YouTuber thing of like, let me deep dive into the files, like talk about all this stuff. I don't usually get to do that, but it was fun to do that just because like I kind of got to channel my inner like horror narrator thing for a bit there.
All right, so we'll get on to the Danganronpa topics because I'm sure that's what everyone's waiting for.
Yes.
But I was wondering.
We know.
Yeah, we're all Dangan diehards here. Anyway, so I was wondering what pushed you to actually make the Danganronpa retrospective series, because I know that's probably how a lot of people found your channel, but it's also not your first Danganronpa related video. But I also think I met you probably around that time as well. So why don't we start with that?
Yeah. So how do I like? It was kind of like a whim, but at the same time, it was just sort of a thing. Like I was sort of getting back on my Danganronpa bullshit for a little bit around that time. I was like, oh yeah, you know, I haven't played the games in a while. And I really liked it in high school. I should play them again sometime. And then I was like, wait a minute, I'm making videos now. I can make videos about this. But then like the other thing too was like there are a lot of things that I really like that I feel like not a lot of people make video essays about it. Now for Danganronpa, this has changed a little bit in the intervening time between now and then. I feel like more people are talking about it now, which is good. They should. But at the time, whenever I would like search for like, oh, you know, like, has anybody made like a Danganronpa video essay? Surprisingly few showed up. It's not that there were none. It's just that there were less than I would have thought. And so I was like, well, that's weird. Why hasn't anybody done that? Well, if nobody's done that, maybe I should do it instead. So it was just kind of one of those right place at the right time sort of things. There was a niche, hadn't been filled. Might as well fill it myself because I got a lot of things to say. And then I did. And some people agreed with those things and some people didn't.
Yeah. I mean, okay, speaking back to like you actually going and playing through the games, did you play the games as your first experience or was it more like a let's play thing? Because like for this retrospective, did you go back and actually replay everything?
Yes, I went back and replayed all of the games as I was making videos about them. Because I first got into the series back in 2012, 2013, something like that.
That's earlier than me.
Yeah, because back then, all we had was the fan translation of the first game by Oren Ronan on Something Awful forums.
Yeah, that's how I got into it.
The screenshot Let's Play.
That was our Bible.
It was. I read that back to front. Like, I think I read all of Danganronpa 1, like the thread of Danganronpa 1 in like... It had to have been a little over a couple of days. Yeah. Probably. Like, I was locked in. I was like, this is like my new favorite thing ever at the time. And shortly after that, I remember the guys over at Project Zetsubo made a fan translation patch of the PSP game that you could actually play. And at the time, I had a PSP that I had installed custom firmware on because I wanted to play PS1 games on it that hadn't been released on the PSN store. And I was like, wait a minute, I can just put this on here. So I did. And then I got to play the game for myself on the PSP. And I thought it was really cool. And I liked it a lot. And I had gone through all this trouble. And I was like, wow, I'm finally Danganronpa pilled. I was up to date with the SDR2 thread as it was going on. And then NIS America announced a localization. And I had to wait for Super Danganronpa 2 in English because Oren Ronan canceled that thread.
Ah, yeah.
In the middle of chapter 3. Like, I think he was in the middle of the trial in chapter 3, and we just had to wait for like a year after that. And I was like, no!
Yeah.
But yeah, and then I bought the localizations when they came out, and I was like, wow, I'm so glad that these games are officially in English. I don't like the localization as much as the fan translation.
Yeah, I guess it's like, but that's the thing, right? You can tell who got into it earlier and who got into it later based on how they refer to characters by name or ultimate and whatnot.
No, people yell at me about that all the time. They're like, why do you use the last names? Stop doing that. I hate that. It's weird. Well, from my perspective, you're weird.
Yeah, like...
Now you know.
For me, I feel like it's the first two games, which I tend to use their last names, and then later on, it's more their first names, just because, you know, by that time, you have the official translations to go for. But yeah, like, I don't know, it's become more normal to me to use some of the characters' first names now. Like, I'll be like, yeah, that's Hajime, and then I'll be like, no, who the heck is Nagito?
No, yeah, I can't call him that. I don't know him like that.
Yeah,
we're not acquainted like that.
Yeah,
that man is Komaida.
It's really funny because I think I saw like a tweet about this kind of situation before, and like somebody made a tweet that was like, I've seen this man's asshole, I think I can call him by his first name. And I was like, oh,
you've seen an artist's rendition, you haven't seen the genuine article.
Yeah, well, I could say I've seen it many times. Anyway, so you were saying could we swear? Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
But yeah, touching on that point, so about the retrospective, so you have made it known since then that you have some regrets about, especially how the DR3 anime video was handled. And I was wondering, like, do you worry about sharing your opinions on topics, especially when it comes to works that have a large community, whether they be like supportive or disagreeing with what you said?
A little. It's kind of a strange thing, right? That like, because the thing about that video in particular is because like, fundamentally, like the opinions that I expressed in the video itself, like how I feel about the show, that has not changed at all. The thing that I regret about that video is just that, like, I feel like the way I came across and the way I presented some things could have been done a lot better. I feel like it probably came across a little bit too harshly in a lot of places, which was not really my intention, because a lot of people, that was very polarizing, because a lot of people felt like suddenly, like, you know, you've been very positive about the series before this point, even when you pointed out its flaws, but now I feel a little attacked because I like this thing. And it's like, yeah, sorry, that was not what I was trying to do, but I understand that that's just how it came across. So so I have kind of like taken stock of that since then and been like, okay, I'm gonna adjust my approach with how I convey these things in the future. But fundamentally, like, when it comes down to what I actually think, like the baseline opinion itself, it's like, I mean, yeah, I kind of worry sometimes whenever I have a spicy take, quote unquote, but fundamentally it's like, you know, I can't really do anything about the fact that I have a subjective opinion about a piece of art. That's what art is. People have subjective opinions on it. Like, there's no one way to look at it. So, you know, I would just ask that people always remain conscious of the fact that, like, people are just gonna feel differently than you. That's how it's nothing personal. It's nothing serious. It's just like that's just how it is. So you know, I promise that you are allowed to like something that I don't like, and you are allowed to dislike something that I like. Please don't send me death threats.
Oh God, I'm sorry. Wait,
because yes, that has happened to me.
Oh no. Yeah, I guess that is something, a lot of, like, I guess, opinion things, because like I also don't really like DR3, the anime, and it's like, it's really funny to me because I remember staying up late to watch it live. Like I was so
Well, 'cause
genuinely excited
I was
about
really
it.
excited when it came out. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, "Oh my god, look, it's the SDR2 cast," because you know they didn't get their anime adaptation. I was like, "Yo, we gotta see what their lives were like." And I think maybe part of it is because we have been in like Danganronpa for so long that I think when it comes like this is obviously I don't know the perspective of someone who just got into Danganronpa, but like for someone who just got in, it's like, oh, this is new. Yeah, okay, sure. Like, cool, this is really interesting. And we get to see what Hope's Peak was. Like, that's one part that I did enjoy. I was like, wow, Hope's Peak is like a mess. Like,
oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because, like, when you play the games or whatever, you're like, wow, Hope's Peak is like this really established, a prestigious school where everyone is like super into academics and, oh, maybe like, you know, everyone gets training for their skill. And then you watch the anime and it's like the teachers have like no power. The kids can do whatever they want. All they have to do is pass an exam to see if their skills work or not. And I was like, this is a bad school.
No, yeah, it's a terrible school. They have absolutely shit. Like, I don't know, just like the whole structure of it is just icky. And
yeah,
it's not good. But that's also part of the point. But yeah, I don't know, like. Yeah, there are a lot of things about that show that I'm like, I see your vision here. I see what's going on. But I do think that a lot of that, and like, you know, not to say that obviously anybody is objectively right or wrong about it or anything like that. But like, I do feel like a lot of my feelings about it also came from the fact that like people who are getting into the series now, it's all there. You know, you can start Danganronpa 1 today and you can keep going and you can go through all of these different installments and get to the end. And it all kind of feels like you know, it might be a little slapdash in places, but it all feels like a cohesive whole that is already laid out in front of you. Whereas when I was getting into it, all that existed was Danganronpa 1 and 2 and Danganronpa 0.
And the like original adaptation maybe. I think that was like 2014 or 13. I can't remember.
I think it was 13. But yeah, it's like so those were all that we really had at the time, and so there was a lot of time in between from like that point to when the Danganronpa 3 anime came out for fans to form their own opinions about like the characters, what the like pre-game stuff was like, especially based on Zero, and like just a lot of the little like hints and pieces that were in SDR2. So we had a lot of room to sort of form an idea of like what this should be like or what it would be like. And then when you see something that like completely is just like extremely different from what you're expecting, I think there's going to be some natural resistance there from a lot of people because you know, you're taking like a lot of this fan sort of like,
and
I don't
like
want to say
theory,
like
headcanon, yeah.
But
to
yeah,
suddenly
like
get
a
something
lot of stuff
that's
like that.
Like, okay, this is the truth. This is what happened, and you're like, this is not what I imagined at all.
But I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like that, and I'm a Danganronpa fan, and I don't like that, so it's bad.
Yeah, and it's, you know, like, obviously I do have actual complaints about it that I think are, like, weaknesses of it, but that's just my thoughts. But, like, you know, but I do think for a lot of people that were disappointed by it, that is also kind of a place of where a lot of those people are coming from, is just, like, you know, being attached to the earlier entries at an earlier point and forming a strong enough connection to those things that you're like, I don't know, man, this just isn't doing it for me. But you know how it is.
Yeah, I think like I'm glad we can have this conversation because we kind of come from like the same kind of perspective, and maybe because we're old.
No, yeah, like, because that's the thing too, is like, and I really don't like, I'm not trying to talk down to anybody when I say this at all, but like when I see people that get like super angry about this sort of like arguing with each other about like, no, this is good, no, this is bad, you know, like whatever, like in Danganronpa especially, I'm just like, guys, I'm gonna be real with you. I just had to pay taxes last month, so I don't really have time for all this.
Yeah. That is kind of
like and you know, it's like I get it. I was probably just as passionate about stuff when I was like in middle school, high school, or whatever. But I don't have the time to do that anymore.
No, I totally get it, and I wonder like that kind of maybe I could say that maybe like an equivalent is like how maybe fans felt about like V3's ending. Because I remember I kind of got into V3 a bit later because I was working and I'm tired.
Yes.
But I remember a lot of people warning me that the ending would either be like something I enjoy or something I really hate. And I'm like, oh, okay. But I went through it and I was like, you know what? I really like this. I think it was fun.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
I think certainly V3 has its weaknesses, and I think maybe parts of the ending could have been handled one way or another. But like at its core, the actual concept of the ending doesn't bother me at all. I think it ties into that game very well.
Yeah. I think like apart from like DR3, because like I think I give that a bit more, you know. Yeah, okay. I'm sure like the anime had restrictions to like how much could be done, but with like a main game, you give it a bit more like you're like, all right, well you had the time, you had the writers and whatever, but
so I get to judge this however I want.
So true. But yeah, I don't know. I guess like V3, I think it's interesting. Because you can see like people who don't like it, I understand where they come from, but people who like it, I'm like, yeah, we just like treat it as like a thing we like, a piece of media, and like it's kind of nice to see the meta behind it. I don't know. I feel like with time, maybe people who don't like V3's ending, if they ever revisit it, might see like new value, or maybe we'll revisit Danganronpa and be like, wow, this actually sucks.
Yeah, I don't like this nearly as much as I used to. Yeah, it happens.
Actually,
somebody in the chat said... Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. What happened? What's in the chat?
I was just gonna say somebody in the chat said something about like, oh, people will actively rip each other's throats out for Danganronpa V3's ending. And it's like, yeah, see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like, you know, guys, we're all just here to have fun. It's not that big of a deal. I promise it's gonna be okay.
I get that. Actually, I think the first time we kind of spoke to each other was it because of my V3 animatic? I can't remember if that was the first time we chatted. But I remember like I posted and you were like, this is so good. And I was like, oh, thank you.
No, yeah, like I think it must have been that because I did like genuinely, I've said this before and I still maintain it. That animatic, the Tsumugi animatic that you made is like single-handedly one of my favorite fan works for Danganronpa, period. And it's like one of those things that like I already had my feelings about V3, but watching that I was like, that's kind of started the gears turning that made me like its ending a little bit more. I was like, yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm vibing with this. I like this.
Tsumugi would be better if she was more interesting.
Yeah, but also at the same time, it's also kind of
works
good that she's
is.
boring.
Yeah, it works for what it
is. Yeah, it's funny. Like her whole character is just like somebody who can't let go of Danganronpa and therefore has no personality.
Too relatable. Really I try to tell people like when I meet them, I'm like, I really like Danganronpa, but I swear it's not my entire personality. Okay.
No, she meets people and she's like, I like Danganronpa and it is my entire personality.
So true. So relatable, queen. But yeah, on that topic, I just wanted to say to people who are like in any fandom space, right? If people are sending death threats, I really think that they should take a step back and like, I don't know. In one way, I feel like maybe because like social media has just become I don't know, something in people's lives at a way earlier age, people don't get like, and not to say like only young people are doing this, but I feel like it's become like, I don't remember at least my early internet experience ever seeing like death threats? That's like terrifying to me. And I think like if anyone's like really young and they're getting this, like it could really affect them much,
absolutely.
much more.
I have a stronger stomach right now. Please don't send me death threats anyway.
No, don't do it.
No. Like, yeah, I don't know. When I was younger, I mean, like, I would see like edgy stuff like that sometimes, particularly with anonymous asks on Tumblr. People used to go wild with that all the time. But I don't know. Yeah, I feel like fandom discourse has gotten a lot more polarized recently than it used to be. In just like in really like over very innocuous things a lot of the time too. I'm not even talking about like actual controversial subjects. I'm talking about like, you know, what, you don't like my Blorbo from show number 724? I will kill you in real life. And it's like, whoa. Take a step back.
No. Okay, James being like, you literally have an execution video. Hey, that was made by Shrug Moji, and that's a piece of art. Not actually telling me to die.
I have one of those speed paints as well. It was really good.
Thanks, Shrug. But like, yeah, I don't know. I think like in general, people gotta be nicer to each other. And like,
that's just, you know.
Like Twitter and like message boards or whatever, they're just not the place to have like good conversations with people.
Discussions.
Yeah. Anyway, whatever. We gotta get out of here. So it's become a sort of like running tradition that I have to ask every guest who knows Danganronpa who their favorite character is, and I already know who it is, but you have to. Okay, all right. Give us your pitch. Why is Celeste your absolute fave?
Okay, so there are multiple facets to this. And the first facet is not as relevant in the modern day, for obvious reasons. But when I first got into the series, when I was in high school, I had a huge crush on her.
Aww. Wow, me and Kamino.
Now, nowadays that's obviously less relevant, but I do still like, I have come to sort of appreciate her character from like different, like just little details about her that I think kind of get overlooked. Not that I'm saying like she did nothing wrong and everybody should forgive her right now, because like no. But the thing that I find so compelling about Celeste is actually kind of, in a way, it almost kind of makes me think about content creation, because her whole thing is like the presentational self, the sort of like dramatic self, the self that you sell to everybody around you to make you look as appealing and cool as possible. And she hates any kind of like normality. She hates any kind of like perceived boringness about herself, because fundamentally, at the core of her character, despite the fact that she projects herself with such like boastfulness and such pride, she kind of doesn't see anything worthwhile about herself, like her actual self. She has to make up and lie about all of this stuff because she wants people to like and respect and pay attention to her. But like none of what she actually is something that she feels like anybody will care about. And I just find that really like sad, because I'm like, girl, I get it. And so, you know, yeah, I guess that's just kind of where it spawns from. It's just like a very kindred spirit sort of thing of like, you know, I'm sure that even if you dropped all pretenses, somebody out there would care about you. I would be your friend.
Yeah, I feel like there's is it like subtext? You can read a lot into the characters, and I think that's like one of the appeals of Danganronpa, right? Even if a character doesn't last long, they have such a strong like background or personality, especially I think in like the earlier games, that I'm just like, you can get a lot of this, and like part of it is because they play on the stereotypes of or archetypes of characters / designs. But I'm like, I don't know, you can like heavily relate to a character, or I don't know, sympathize with their struggles or whatever. I don't know. I feel like that's probably something that I I think maybe a lot of media now needs like more time or like, I don't know.
Yes.
Anime or something, you know, you got a lot of surface level characters who are just one thing, but with like Danganronpa or any like visual novel thing, you have time to explore a character more in depth, even if it's not for very long. I don't know. I don't know. It's good. And I think your explanation for Celeste is actually a very mature one.
Thank you. Yeah, that's really the thing about a lot of Danganronpa characters to me, and what I think makes it very appealing to a lot of people is that you have a lot of these character archetypes that, like, it's very easy to draw yourself toward one on a surface level at the beginning. You're like, oh, I think I know that this character is going to be like the type of one that I like. And then the further you get in, the more they diverge from those surface level archetypes, and they start to actually be very multifaceted in a lot of ways the more you learn about them. And the more you learn about them, the more you also have like these very specific things about their character that you can relate to. And I think that's something that a lot of people really attach to, especially because, you know, you only have so much content of them in the game if they don't survive. So, like, you know, that's all you have to go off of. And people really read into that and, like, I don't want to say project onto, like, because I don't want it to sound like, you know, like a negative thing or anything like that. But I mean, like, in a positive manner, like, people will project themselves onto those details because they're interesting. And that's, I agree that, like, a lot of media nowadays kind of feels like it's getting rushed out the door with these, like, you know, 13 episode streaming shows that you gotta binge and stuff like that. And we don't really get as many opportunities for little character moments or details like this. And so at a certain point, a lot of characters end up feeling kind of almost factory produced to be as appealing as possible without sort of having the same amount of substance that actually gets people attached to them.
I wonder if that's how I felt about V3.
Well, I mean, in a way, I guess it would kind of be fitting. Sense,
right? Yeah, from that meta perspective. But yeah, all right. So after completing the DR retrospective, do you have a definitive ranking for the games? And does DRS count?
Well, even if DRS did count, I haven't played enough of it to give it a ranking. Because I'm just not really interested in that type of gameplay, unfortunately. But if I were to rank them, let's see. It would be going from favorite to least favorite. It would be Super Danganronpa 2 at the very top. Then Danganronpa 1. Then this is tough. This is really tough. Damn. I don't know whether to put V3 or Ultra Despair Girls first.
Yeah, they could tie.
Because the thing is, they both have a lot of things that I really like about them, and they both have a lot of things I really can't stand about them.
Yep.
Especially Ultra Despair Girls. Holy shit. My God. That game's highs are really high, and its lows make me want to explode and die forever.
Yeah, like, no, the older I get, the more I'm just like, Kodaka is weird.
It's like, you had something good. Why couldn't you just not do that?
Like, in a way, I'm kind of like, okay, well, it's an interesting thing to think about, but at the same time, I'm like, probably not handled the best.
Yeah, and like, you know, Bonk just pointed out in the chat, Haiji. I actually think, like, for the most part, aside from, like, that one line that we all know and all hate, I think Haiji is a well-written villain for the most part. Because he is perfectly hateable. He represents everything in the story that the story wants you to root against. He's thematically appropriate. But that line just, like, distracts from everything else about his character that's interesting because it sucks so bad.
And the thing is, like, I feel like it's kind of unnecessary, because if you want to, like, touch on that kind of topic, Kodako, is that her name, right?
Yes.
Frick,
Kotoko.
Kotoko. Oh, frig, I'm forgetting. But like her whole thing like already touches on it in a way. Well, like it's subtle, but also not subtle at all.
Yeah.
You know, at least they had the decency to not actually show. But then they have that mini game, and then it's like, okay, thanks, Kotaka.
They almost had something with that, like the actual conversation between Kotoko and Monica at the beginning of that chapter. I think is actually written fine. It's pretty intense.
Like, it's fucked up,
uncomfortable.
But like at least you're like, okay.
But you're treating it with some sensitivity, and then the mini game stuff happens, and that sucks. That
and you're just like,
I can't describe how much I hate that.
You're like, this was written by a man. Well, not to put it that way, but like you know, by like
yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
This was definitely in that you know that anime zone that you don't want to talk about.
Exactly, and it's just like I don't know why they felt the need to like. Was it just like an attempt at like, oh, we're just gonna like lighten things up, but like no, not like that. God, yeah. I don't know. Danganronpa be Danganronpa. It's always had stuff like that. Maybe not quite that bad, but it's always had stuff like that. It's just, you know. Every time they do something that makes me really want to compliment their writing chops, they got to do something shortly after that makes me roll my eyes into the back of my skull.
Yeah, it's kind of like I want to recommend Danganronpa to people, but then I'm like, oh, but it's also weird.
It comes with like 7 million asterisks.
You're gonna be like, oh, but you're gonna have to tolerate something, okay?
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's good to not like I don't know put anything on a pedestal. And be able to like see the flaws.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like no piece of media is perfect. Anything that you like is beholden to be criticized for things, and I think that's there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people kind of, especially when I would criticize aspects of Danganronpa, I got the feeling a lot of times that people would come at me from the perspective of, oh, you're criticizing this thing, so you must hate the game and you must think it's bad. And I'm like, no, not at all. I think that these games are great. I think there's a lot of stuff to love about them. I can still like the games and not like everything about them. I think it's incumbent on me as a person who enjoys media to, recognize when I think something about it could be better. Yeah. Because how else are people supposed to improve in their craft if you don't let them know what you don't like about it?
All right. I suppose last Danganronpa related topic or focused question. So you did a retrospective on all the games and the anime stuff. I was wondering, when it comes to the light novels, the spin-off stuff, like for example, like the Gaiden Killer, I think that's what it called, or like the Kirigiri light novels, and then there was like the Tagami Byakya thing as well. Have you looked into those before?
So I'll tell you what side content of Danganronpa I have read. I've read Danganronpa 0, which I read back in the day. I did read Killer. Did not care for it very much, but
yeah, it's just kind of like this isn't Danganronpa.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Like, there are things about it that I think are interesting, but ultimately, I feel like whoever was writing it didn't quite get the memo of like what Danganronpa's like whole deal was, because especially at the end, like when it's kind of making its grand thesis statement or whatever, I was like, wow, this is like kind of not like Danganronpa at all. Like this is kind of like runs counter to a lot of the things that the games say. It was just weird. It wasn't like the worst thing ever. I just didn't really like it that much.
I think that just to point on that before we move on, I'm like, I just feel like the world building. I was like, this isn't the Danganronpa world. Like, what do you mean people are still like alive and living, like doing okay? It's like, what do you mean they don't know about despair?
And I guess it kind of makes sense because when it started in the magazine that it was in, it was not advertised as Danganronpa related at first. They tricked people. It was like, oh, this is a new manga. It's so cool. But please read it. And then people started reading it. And then like a couple chapters in, it's like, wait a minute, what the fuck are Danganronpa characters doing here? Surprise! Yeah. I don't know.
All right, keep going.
But yeah, so that is all the spin-off material of Danganronpa that I have read. Well, except for like Danganronpa If and Ultra Despair Hagakure, but those were like in the games. When we're talking about like printed media, that's it. Because I haven't read the Kirigiri novels, I haven't read the Togami novels, because when I was at the height of my Danganronpa enjoyment, those things weren't translated yet. Yeah. I understand that they probably are now, so maybe I'll get around to them eventually.
Yeah, I wanna read them as well. Actually, I contacted a person who did fully translate the Kirigiri light novels on Reddit, and I was like, "Oh, can I read them?" And they were like, "Yeah, sure." I'm like, "Oh, nice, all right." But I have no idea if the Togami light novels are translated or not.
Yeah, I don't know. I know that there's like at least 2 of them, right?
I think there's 3 volumes. There's 7 volumes of the Kirigiri one. But like that's another thing. I feel like there are 7. I think it's finished. So the Kirigiri light novels started, I think, around the time. I think it started after the Danganronpa anime aired. So like after SDR2, but before Ultra Despair Girls. And then it finished for the 10th anniversary of Danganronpa. So pretty cool.
Yeah, it took a while.
Yeah,
also somebody in the chat said they've never read Zero or If. Please read both. They're very good.
I would say If is very entertaining, and Zero. Personally, I haven't fully read Zero myself, but I kind of already know what happens in Zero, and I think it's really interesting because I know that it was written at the same time SDR2 was being developed, so they added like hints to it and stuff. So it's cool.
And to me, like as far as like actual elaboration on anything that went on pre-game in like the world's Danganronpa 1 and 2, like stuff with Junko, stuff with the school itself, that was kind of all I wanted, really.
I mean, if you like Jin Kirigiri, I think there's a bit of him in there.
Yeah. If they had made like an anime adaptation of Danganronpa Zero, I would have like been ecstatic. That would have been perfect for me.
I think the more I learn about Jin Kirigiri, the more I'm like, he kind of sucks.
He does kind of suck. And I mean, we love that. We love characters who are flawed. We love characters who, perpetuate awful systems without really knowing the full extent of what they're doing, because it creates juicy conflict.
We love he's a deadbeat dad, I guess. Something like that. All right. So, moving on. You're in the middle of your Ace Attorney retrospective series at the moment, and you've done like a couple of different retrospectives, but I was wondering if you have plans to tackle more of the series in the future, or like more massive series in the future, because like at least the Ace Attorney and the Danganronpa ones were like multi-parts, whereas like for example your Undertale could be contained into like one video and stuff like that. Are these massive projects something you want to make more regularly or less regularly in the future, or maybe just like spread them out more? What are your plans?
Yeah, it's definitely more of a spread them out sort of thing right now for me, where it's like I would still like to cover longer series like this. There are plenty of things out there that I haven't played yet that a lot of people want me to. Like, I haven't played any of the Zeroscape games. I haven't played AI the Somnium Files. I haven't played Raincode. I own it, but I haven't played it. So, like, I would love to tackle stuff like that, but I am at sort of that point where I've been doing this for I've been doing this for a few years now, and making these types of videos is exhausting. It is. Especially when you stay on one series for a very long time, because, I joked about it before, but like when I was making the Danganronpa videos, that was like a year of my life was spent on like almost nothing but Danganronpa. And by the end of it, I had to get away. I was like, if I look at that bear one more time, I'm going to explode. So like, so it's just one of those things where it's like, I would love to continue doing that sort of stuff. I still plan to make retrospective videos. It's not a format that I'm going to go away from anytime soon, but it is one of those things where it's like, I do still want to go back to making types of videos that I haven't in a while, shorter things, more topic-based things, maybe like some character analysis videos, that kind of stuff. And so I would like to shift focus where it's like, I'm going to be working on these big retrospectives still, but they're kind of going to be more of a in the background sort of thing while I also make smaller projects. And then when I finally finish the big project, I can release it and be like, hey guys, this is what I've been working on for like the past several months while I've also been putting out this other stuff. Instead of just doing like, a huge video that's like 4 hours and then being like, okay guys, disappears for 2 months and then comes out with another video of about that length. Makes me want to die. Yeah, I can't do that anymore. I'm getting old.
Well, okay, so like, yes, I'm sorry. I'm like, my brain is farting. I'm like, how do I respond to that? Like, I'm just like, that's so true. That's so real.
Yeah.
In a way, because like you have to like completely manage yourself, right? Because you edit all your videos, you write all your scripts.
Yes.
Does your roommate help you at all sometimes?
Yes. My roommate helps me with like basically doing double passes like over scripts. Like when I finish a script, I'm like, okay, the script is done. I send him the Google Doc link. We share an office. He sits right behind me, although not for long. We will be fixing that in the coming months. But so then at that point, he will take the script, he will go over it, he will sort of like look at he'll be like, hey, you wrote this line weird. That sounds strange to me when I speak it out loud. And then he'll like reword it in a way that sounds better. Or like, whenever he finds a spot where he's like, I think you could add another joke here. And I thought of a funny one. He'll do that. And then, so like once we've sort of refined that out, like that's sort of his role. Yeah. And then also whenever I do camera bits, he'll help me, like steady the camera, position it. And if there are any shots where I need somebody else to be there for the joke, he'll usually do that too.
Yeah. Thanks, Austin.
Yeah.
Give him a shout out.
What a guy.
I mean, you guys kind of recently moved in together, and I just wanted to be like, wow, congratulations, big adult steps, Yeah,
we've been living together for a little over half a year now.
Yeah, wow, congrats. I remember when that happened, I was like, oh my god, I haven't done that yet.
Yeah,
but like in this economy,
it's scary.
It is very scary. That's why everyone should go support Marcie on Patreon.
Yes.
All right. So speaking of Austin, so your some of your videos. Oh wait, frick! I keep skipping questions. Anyway, so streaming on YouTube has been a more recent thing you started doing, like about 1 to 2 years ago. Did you ever have experience with live streams before that, or was the DRS stream like your first one? And what motivated you to give it a go?
So yeah, the DRS stream wasn't technically my first one. I have streamed before that, but like not much. I remember back in the day, oh god, do you remember Justin TV?
Justin TV? I don't think so.
It was like almost like the proto Twitch, I guess, in a way.
Oh.
And I tried to stream on Justin TV one time when I was like in high school or something. Because at the time, one of the most popular games was Off by Mortis Ghost.
Ah, yes.
And I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna stream Off and I'm gonna become a streamer. And I had kind of neglected the fact that my internet connection was terrible. It was absolutely atrocious. Like, I watched that VOD over, and it was almost impossible to parse.
Ooh.
Like, nobody was watching me anyway, so I don't even know why I bothered. But so that's lost to the sands of time. Several years ago, I had done a few other like little streams on the side, and it was something that I was thinking about doing, and it was related to this channel. Like, I started streaming several years ago when I made this channel, but I only did it very occasionally, and they were just kind of chill streams where I just play whatever and talk. I did one stream that was a charity stream where I played Shadow the Hedgehog for a while, and raised a decent little bit of money. That was cool. But after that, really, I kind of didn't stream much at all. It was just kind of like, oh, a Sonic hacking contest is going on this year? Sure, I'll stream a bunch of stuff from that because I feel like it. And then I would go another like year without streaming anything at all. But it got to the point where after the DRS stream, I was like, maybe enough people would actually be interested in me doing something like that I could, turn it into a slightly more regular thing. And then by that time, obviously, a lot of people had been asking me like, hey, you're doing these Danganronpa videos. Have you ever played any of the fan games? There are these popular fan games, and I have never played any of them. So I was like, well, why don't I play one of them? And if I'm gonna do that, why don't I just stream it? Because I've never done it before. So that's kind of how we got to where we are now with that.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the thing between like making a video and then being live is that you cannot edit yourself.
Yes, and I can't be scripted, and I can't be, I can't take all of my time to articulate my thoughts in a way that doesn't make me sound stupid.
My life. But yeah, I mean, like, I remember because I think you just tweeted out, you were like, does anyone want to join me for my DRS thing? And I was like, oh, why not? And that was like the first time we called each other too.
Yeah, because at that time I was thinking, a lot of people that are adjacent to the Danganronpa space have sort of like said things to me or whatever, and I was like, well, I think it'd be fun to have like a bunch of Danganronpa related people around to just chat about it. I think it went pretty well.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah,
I think there were like two other people. Was it? I can't remember.
Yeah, it was Grace was there and Tiny Leaf was there.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And Austin was there too, of course.
Yeah. I don't know. It's fun. Like I want to. Like, part of the reason why I even started Cheese to Meet You was that it would be like a way for me to like talk to people I like, and also like I don't know, like have a shared like fun time together. Even though like mainly the streams focuses on the guest, because I want to be able to like make it like an intro to you and like show that I know you, have researched. And have like questions catered to you, but I like preparing for them and like having this moment of time where we're like, we're like acquainted. Might as well like spend time together, because I think it's nice.
Yeah.
So like when it comes to collabs and stuff, some of your videos and streams do include other contributors. And I was wondering, how do you usually approach people, or how do you arrange collaborations to even happen?
Well, see, the thing is that a lot of the time, I don't. When it came to like, because recently I was doing a lot of streams where I was guest appearing with Save Data for their Ace Attorney with an actual lawyer streams, which are great. They're very fun. Please watch Save Data team.
Yeah.
But when I did that was actually like Zach, the main guy of Save Data Team, like DM'd me and was like, hey, we've seen your Ace Attorney stuff. Would you like to do this? And I was like, oh, yeah, absolutely. That would be
cool.
Fun. But like when it comes to anything where I've had like people that I had to ask, it mostly just kind of comes down to like, like I'm trying to think of an example. Like for in the V3 video, for example, I had like a couple of cameos in there in that one part. And so to do that, that was just like these people already like we're in mutuals on Twitter, so I can DM them. And then I was just like, hey, you have the time to do this, and would you be interested? If not, please tell me to fuck off. And they would just message me back and be like, yeah, that sounds cool. I can do that.
Yeah. Okay. So sorry. So Clem in the chat says you're a lawyer. No, Marcie is not a lawyer.
No.
So Pridge from Save Data is an actual lawyer.
Yes.
And basically, I guess we have to explain Save Data. Save Data is like a group of guys and women. Well, I don't know. Is Vic?
There are occasionally women.
Oh, okay. Occasionally women. But it's a group of people who come and stream together, and they do a fun variety stuff, and they have a real lawyer.
Yes.
You should check them out. Yeah, I think like I watched their like compilations or something, and I was like, these guys are funny.
Yeah, they're great. I love hanging out with them.
So
in fact, we've
check
actually made plans to hang out as friends.
Sweet.
Off work. So I'm gonna have fun with that.
Yeah, go enjoy yourself. I just remember like Save Data have a thing about Danganronpa because they're not gonna ever stream it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, damn.
Well,
but like at the same time,
someday.
it's fine. It's fine. They already know it. That's why.
And Cheezer said something about Salty DK Dan. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I do know Salty DK Dan. That was actually a really funny thing for me because I had like found Salty's videos at one point through a joke video he did about Irwin from the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
Oh no way.
And I thought that video was really funny. And then like while I was making videos, I noticed that he subscribed to me, and I was like, what? Hold up, what? What just happened? And we had been in mutuals for a little while, and he had like complimented a couple of my videos. He had like commented on one of them at one point. I was like, whoa, that's so awesome. That's really cool. And then eventually he messaged me and he was like, hey, I'm making this big JoJo iceberg video, and I can't do this by myself. Can I pay you to help me make this? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. And then he started making it, and he hasn't finished it yet, and he hates working on it now.
Oh no! that should be part of the iceberg. Giving up.
But you know, they're very good videos. He just got very tired of the process, and I don't blame him because it is extremely exhausting.
Massive take.
Yeah. But he's great. He's a great guy. I had him on a golf stream not too long ago. It was fun.
Yeah. When it comes to like collaborations, I find it really intimidating to like reach out to people in general, just to be like, hi, I like your stuff. Okay, bye.
The way I try to think about it is just like, well, I mean, this can go one of two ways. They can either be like, yeah, sure, I would love to do that, and then I'll be pleasantly surprised, and I'll be like, wow, great, cool. Or they'll be like, well, I guess it could go three ways. The second way is that they could be like, sorry, not interested. And it'll be like, okay, fair enough. Or the third way, they'll just ghost me, and that's the same as the second, but with less words. So it's fine.
It is kind of intimidating, because like, and that's something I want to bring up. So, you know, the cheese to meet you thing? I've basically, how I do it is like I approach people who I've known for quite a while and be like, hey, are you comfortable with streaming? Do you want to be on this little interview chat thing with me? I'll prepare everything, and you can look at the questions beforehand and let me know if there's anything that you're not comfortable with. But it's like, for me, I have to be like, oh God, do they even know who I am? Like, yeah, we're mutuals and stuff, but like, do they even are they aware of me? Because like that's the thing, right? Being on social media, like even being a mutual with someone doesn't necessarily mean like you have a connection.
You know that much about them, yeah.
Like, and another thing is like, that's why I'm like, I feel a bit weird if I'm like, does anyone want to join me on Cheesed? And then it's like, but I don't know these people. And it's like, I don't want it to be an awkward experience for you or me. And it's like, well, I guess I'll just talk to people that I'm more
just
comfortable
sitting around
with
this person I don't know.
But at the same time, that's why I feel like eventually Cheese will die because I just run out of people.
Well, then you need to make new friends. You can do it. I believe in you.
Friendship. It's tough out there, you know. I mean, yeah, but that's good. I mean, like, again, when it comes to like content creators, collaborating, not all of them are there because, you know, genuinely interested in each other. A lot of it is like building connections and stuff, and while that like is totally like, you know, that's totally valid, for me it would not work for me. I think I kind of have to know someone a little bit.
Because I have definitely done things where I've like talked to people that I didn't know beforehand, and like some of them go great, and I like establish a very quick like conversational chemistry, and I'm like, wow, you know, these people are really nice. I wouldn't mind talking to them again sometime. And then sometimes it's just kind of like, yeah, so how's it going? It's really awkward. Yeah, like, I don't know, it's just kind of a grab bag. It happens.
Yeah, I think I remember one time a friend asked me, he's like, hey, you should bring me on to Cheese. And I'm like, you've never streamed in your life. You've never been live in your life. You also like keep your complete privacy online. So I'm like, I don't think that would work for you.
Yeah, like, what am I going to interview you about?
Yeah, it's like, by the way, hello, this is XXX. But
what do you do for work? Not telling.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess it's like I don't know. With stuff like this, it's nice to collaborate with people you want to collaborate with and actually have talked to before.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, apart from gaming streams or visual novel reading, because like right now you're going through Danganronpa Another and also Umineko, which is massive. Yes. I remember I checked out.
We're not even halfway through it yet.
Oh god, I remember I checked out like the start of the first stream you did, and I was like, oh my god, this is gonna be intense.
Yeah,
and like honestly, like I've seen people like, yeah, you're making me wanna like give it a shot. I will say the same. Like you actually have interested me in giving Umineko and Higurashi a shot. I do have the games on Steam, but I also massive time sink. And also
absolutely
prefer to stream it, I think, because again, reading is hard for me, but having company is nice.
Yeah, I mean, like you've been streaming school days, so
anyway. Oh, that is the thing, right? I don't know, like, so in November I streamed Dramatical Murder, and then like obviously School Days as well. They're both like more adult content kind of games, visual novels, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm having fun with them, but I also like not sure if that's like appropriate for my audience, but you guys will seem to like have a fun time with it anyway. But
it's
like,
just,
I don't know.
In my mind, it's just a matter of appropriately warning for the things that are ahead.
Yeah. Especially because
that's what I always try to do.
Rather than like sexual content, it's more like potentially disturbing trigger warning stuff. For like Umineko and such. So I don't know. I feel like as long as you have warnings,
everything under the sun and that.
I feel like as long as you have warnings, people will have a good time.
Yeah, that's generally what I try to do. Like I give the warning up front. I'm like, hey, there's a lot of disturbing shit in this. It's gonna happen. We're gonna get through it. I wouldn't recommend this series to people below the age of 18, but what you do is your business because I can't stop you. I gave you the warning. My responsibility is now fulfilled.
Oh, I have had like people come into the like one-time watchers who will be like, "I'm 13." I'm like, "You should get away from the stream.
You should leave. You should not be here.
You should not be telling me this, and you should not be here." So I don't know.
I have the big like burned in onto my stream overlay for Umineko thing that says like, "This is a series for adults. Please take note of this."
That reminds me, like, I remember, so I also streamed, like, a Komihina fan game that was made by Yandere for Hope, and, like, so those are also, like, plus 18, right? But I'm just like, why are people, like, being like, I got comments that people were like, I didn't see that it was for adults only, and I'm like, I literally have warnings at the very beginning, like, I don't know, sometimes...
Yeah, like, did you just skip it?
Oh my god, that reminds me, so, like, my villain animatic, right, the V3 one, I was like, there are some people who commented this like, what's this from? And I'm like, what do you mean, what's this from? What do you mean? Why are you watching this then?
I don't know, I just want to see pretty pictures.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's funny when people are just like, do you not read descriptions? That is the thing, right? I feel like a lot of people don't read YouTube descriptions now.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Also, like, just like, I'm just imagining somebody be like, "Oh wow, great MV. It would be great if they turned this into like a whole series or something."
It's like, no, I cannot. I'm tired. I've been postponing working on my my Saika, my Zodo animatic for ages now. I'm like, I just can't.
Oh,
it takes too long.
My Zono.
Ha ha ha, love her. Anyway, so apart from gaming and like visual novel reading streams, I was wondering if you have any plans to try other kind of streams, like drawing or whatever.
Well, probably not drawing. I wouldn't be able to make that last long enough. I'd like give up in the middle and be like, all right, guys, see you later. But I mean, like, yeah, I would like to do different types of streams in the future. I know I and Austin have made jokes about what if we did like a really awful cooking stream.
I would watch that.
I think that would be that would be funny. I hesitate to elaborate too much because I don't want to spoil it. But like, I have, let's say, non-traditional ideas for some video game streams or some things that I would like to do with or around video game streams. Things that will make people be like, oh, that is not what I expected you to do at all. I have some ideas for like challenge streams that I think would be fun too, like whether it be like a game, like a challenge within the game itself, or a challenge for me, one of God's little tests. I will say, Historian Sayori, hot sauce is actually relevant to one of those ideas.
Are you good with spice? Spicy food?
I have a love for spicy food and a stomach that makes me want to die whenever I have it. But it can't stop me because I don't know any better.
Understandable. Yeah. Well, I look forward to those, especially a cooking stream. I think that would be very chaotic and fun. All right. So, I guess because we're talking about like visual novel and again the Umineko streams, right? I was wondering, because you do like a ton of voice acting in that. I was wondering, how did you get interested in voice acting? Like, did you ever study drama or take, like, I don't know, voice acting classes or singing classes, or was it just by practicing yourself, or was it like a particular performance by a voice actor that really inspired you, or what was it?
There are a lot of things here that like actually several of those are accurate, but it's just like kind of all of them together. So the first time I kind of became cognizant of the fact that you could do voice acting as a job was when I was really little. it was like a combination of things, right? Like I used to watch a lot of Disney movies when I was little. But one of the things that I really liked to do back then too was we would have the DVDs for these movies, and I would watch all of the behind the scenes and extras and stuff because I was just obsessed with the movie, so I wanted to know everything about them, and that was how I did that back then. And then a lot of those behind the scenes featurettes, you see voice actors in the booth doing the line reads and stuff, and I was like, wow, they actually have people who do that. That's interesting. And like that's what they do, like period. Like they just do voice acting, like they don't even get on camera. I mean, a lot of voice actors do also get on camera, but there are actors that just go behind a mic. And then like when I became sort of conscious of that, like around the same time I had been playing like 3D games for the first time. A lot of 3D games that I liked had voice acting in them, so I would listen to that and I'd be like, wait a minute, so there are people doing that too. And it kind of started from like a very simple and very predictable origin point of like, oh wow, so that means that I one day could also be in a Sonic game. If I just got good enough at this. But then like obviously shortly after that, into my like tween years and teen years, I got really into anime and became more familiar with the practice of voice acting because of English dubbing. And like comparing and contrasting the Japanese and English voices in productions and stuff like that. And then I got to go to conventions and meet voice actors, and that was really cool. And so like, you know, it just became one of those things that I was like, yeah, I really want to do this. Like this would be something I would really enjoy doing. And I would do like amateur like fan dubs and like try out for amateur fan dubs online. If anybody out there remembers Voice Acting Alliance, I spent many of my young years there. And yeah, from there, I guess it was just kind of like, yeah, practicing, doing a lot of fan work. A lot of performances did inspire me back in the day. A lot of stuff by like Chris Ayres was a big inspiration for me. Rest in peace. He voiced Frieza in Dragon Ball stuff for a really long time, and like that was one of the first times that I was like, wow, oh my god, you can like really do versatile things with your voice and like sound a completely different way than you would on average. I don't know. Gosh, my brain. There's so many different angles to this that I'm trying to keep track of everything. But yeah, like, and then from there, I guess, I did end up taking some classes and stuff eventually. I took like some workshops with other like veteran voice actors. And sort of like learning from them, bouncing my performances off of them, taking their advice. And from there, it's just kind of like, because I've been doing it since I was a kid, and just like back then too, it's like, you know, when you were doing fan projects, it was just easier to do everything yourself because you didn't have to ask anybody else to do it for you. I guess that kind of also lent to the versatility that a lot of people think I have, because, you know, you just have to make do with what you have. Oh, and also I did do drama classes in high school, and that certainly helped as well. Because think, like, there you have teachers that will really push you to do the thing. They'll tell you to go big so you don't hold back. So.
Because, like, whenever I watch, like, voice actor interviews and stuff, they always recommend, like, you know, voice acting is acting. And, like,
yes,
me growing up, I like, participated in, like, a school play once or something. You know, I also joined, like, a dance performance one time. I was not good at either, but, you know, I tried back then. But, like, I guess, like, voice acting is something, at least for me, like, when I was kids, right? I played dolls with my sister, and we would put on funny voices. So I always thought, like, voicing a character was something like kind of special in a way, and it's not something I've ever trained in or whatever. But I just think like what you do is really cool.
Thank you.
And you do it very well.
I really enjoy it. And like that's actually this is a really funny thing. I wanted to share this little anecdote just because I thought it was funny. Like early on because I started doing like voice acting in my videos around the Danganronpa stuff, I guess, because I would have lines that like either weren't voiced or like, you know, sometimes it was just like cards on the table. When I played these games to record them, I would play them in Japanese because that's how I always played them. But if I wanted a line in the video to be read in English, then it was like, oh, well, I can do one of two things. I can either go back and re-record the entire game in English, or I could just do it myself.
Yeah.
So I did it myself. But somebody like, I remember people or like, you know, not that many people, but like several people at the time commenting on those videos and be like, why are you doing the voices yourself when there's a perfectly good English dub right there? And I was like, I don't know, man, I'm just having fun.
Oh no.
Don't you like to have fun?
Yeah. Don't you like fun? Jeez. I don't know. I like personally I found that like your personal touches and stuff, I'm like, that's so cool. That's so nice. That's very, I don't know. It just like, I don't know. It made me feel like, yeah, you really do love this.
Yeah, I love the characters that I talk about, and it's not that I don't think that the people who actually voice them do a fine enough job, because they certainly do. In a lot of cases, they probably do better than me. But, you know, I don't know. I guess that's kind of part of like trying to impart what I feel about it and like why I like it and stuff. And, you know, getting to perform a little, I think just shows that, you know, I've engaged with the material in a sincere way, hopefully.
Yeah. Just, guys, we're just obsessed with the things we like, okay? We just want to make things that we enjoy.
Yeah, it's that simple.
All right. Well, are there Oh, wait. I wanted to ask, so do you have any official voice acting roles?
Yes, and I think we have a slide for this too.
We do.
Yeah.
So should we go from the left to right?
Yeah, I can do that. First one here, first two here, actually, both Vast Era characters. So the first one on the left here is Mimesis. They're sort of like a funny, maybe antagonist isn't the exact word I should use, but you know, they're pulling some things, and that was like a very special, fun thing for me because so for those of you who don't know, Vast Error is Austin's comic that he makes, and all of it is text based. So none of the characters really have voices per se. But a Halloween album was being made for the comic, and in it they wanted Mimesis, the character, to narrate the album, and so they needed a voice for it. And at the time, I had recorded voice clips for Mimesis for fun of their dialogue from the comic because I wanted to, and I showed it to Austin, and he thought it was cool, and then he was like, wait a minute, why don't you just voice Mimesis on the album? And I was like, oh, wait a minute, shit, does that mean like that I'm their canonical voice now? Because I already liked the character, and he was like, yeah, I guess you are. And so that was really cool. That made me feel good. And then very recently, the second one there is a character named Senru, who in the teaser trailer for the epilogue to Snowbound Blood, which is a visual novel spin-off of Vast Error, they have some voiced lines from Senru at the very beginning of that trailer. And again, I was asked to do it. So now I got that one under my cap as well. And I also really like Senru, so that worked out too. The third one there is a podcast called Null/Void. It was a sci-fi podcast by Cole Burkhart, I believe. I hope I remembered that correctly. Very, very cool podcast. I voiced a villain in that podcast. I got to voice a nice vicious hitman murderer woman who is also kind of gay.
Good vibes all around.
And that was fun because I like, I like voicing protagonist characters as much as everybody else, but I also like to be a mean little shithead. The fourth one there is a main NPC character from a game called Sailblazers, and his name is Adrian, I believe.
Hesitation there. It's fine.
I'm pretty sure I'm remembering that correctly. And I did that like maybe a little over a year ago now. That game is in like early access. It is being updated pretty frequently, if I remember correctly.
What's the name of the game?
Sailblazers. It's on Steam.
Sailblazers, all right.
And Adrian there is just one of the main like NPCs that you sort of like meet at the beginning of the game who tells you how to do stuff. And I voiced that guy. And then at the bottom here is the sort of character blurb for Gray Middleman, who is a character in a visual novel that is being made by my friend Tiffany Wynn, called Soul Restruct. Put out a trailer for it toward the end of last year. And hopefully the demo should be coming out this year. And Gray is the main character in that game. And
I can't help but think
I feel like
the character kind of looks like you too.
Yeah, it was just a happy coincidence. But it was like a cool loop around moment for me because I was like, oh, I've always loved visual novels and I talk about visual novels on my channel and now I get to voice a main character in a visual novel. That's so cool. So yeah, those are all of my official quote unquote voice acting roles that I have done up until now. But I am always open for more work.
Do you have links or something to these places in like a link tree or something? I feel like you should do that.
I have a card where I have my little voice acting resume. Oh shoot! I also didn't put it on here because picture-wise, it would have just like I'll explain what I mean. I was also in a foreign language dub of a live-action show on HBO Max called Veneno.
Like on TV?
The reason I didn't
on HBO Max. Wow.
On HBO Max. The reason I didn't include a picture of that is because it was a dub for a foreign language live action show. So you'd just be looking at a picture of an actor. But I did her voice for the English dub of that show. And that was great because that show is about a truly exceptional and culturally important trans woman. And as one could guess, that was very important to me. It was really cool.
For all of these for all of these recordings, do you just record at home or do you go to like a dedicated studio?
I've recorded everything I've recorded from home, yes. And not everything does home recording. You have to have a good enough setup for it, and some people just don't want it anymore, unfortunately. But what I was gonna say about that real quick, and this is relevant to our mutual interests, but on that show, Veneno, my director for that show was Carrie Karanen, who voices Mahiru in Super Danganronpa 2.
Oh, no way!
The first director that I ever worked with on a paid project and one of the sweetest human beings I have ever spoken to in my life. She was extremely professional, extremely good. Like, she knew exactly what she wanted from you in a take, and she knew how to get it very quickly. And she knew that, like, it was my first time doing something like that, and she was extremely accommodating, like, knew how to make the room livened up, knew how to make things comfortable, like, just all around grade A professional. Please work with her if you can.
Yeah, we'll be lining up at her door. We're like, excuse me? Oh, we came by Marcie's recommendation. Oh, that's so cool though. Oh, I'm glad. I mean, do you have an agent or something, or are you just like sending emails?
Yeah, no, I do not have an agent at the moment. It's mostly just kind of like I'm on sort of like cast registries, and occasionally I get an email, and then I will send something back, and every like 1 in 100 or so, I will get something back. Because that's the thing that a lot of people don't know about voice acting. Let me give you a little bit of a peek on the inside. You see, the thing about voice acting is that you audition and you audition and you audition, and you very rarely get something back unless you are like really established and like people seek you out specifically. And even then, it's not like you're getting them all the time. But like like it is very fish in a barrel. You have to be very persistent about it, or else you're just not gonna get anywhere. But that's why whenever I send off an audition, I try to immediately forget that I did it.
Yeah.
So that way I have no expectations, and so if I don't get anything back, I won't be disappointed, and if I do get something back, I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, right? Because watching voice actor interviews, a lot of them say like you can't go into it and like get too attached to a particular project, and a lot of the times they don't know what they're auditioning for. But like you can't go in and be like, I really want to be this character, because if you don't get it, and chances are you won't get it, it's heartbreaking.
Yep. It is. It definitely can be. I've definitely had audition opportunities sometimes where I got a little bit too attached and I was like, man, I really want this so bad. And then it passes me by and the cast list gets announced and I'm like, oh gee, I'm not on there. And yeah, it can be very disheartening sometimes, but like it's all part of the process. And the thing you got to remind yourself about with that too is that a lot of the time it's not even because you're bad. In fact, most of the time it's not because you're bad. It's just because there was somebody that was slightly more appropriate for the role than you were. Like you could have been like, there's no telling how far along you were among the list of names. You could have been super far. I've gotten to a point where I've actually gotten callbacks for things where they had like narrowed it down to like 3 people and then I didn't get it. And that's, it sucks. It's sad, but it's like, they're just looking for like that little thing. It doesn't mean that you're not talented. It just means that you got to keep going at it.
And like, like networking and whatever. But like sometimes like even you could be besties with someone, but like if you're not the right fit, it just doesn't work that way.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm sure you'll keep trying, and I'm sure like voice actors, like you got to do this on the daily.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a grind, and I probably do need to like grind a little bit more than I have, but I'm so busy.
You are. But I'll be like anytime you're in something, just let me know. I wanna support you.
Yeah, thank you. I usually try to be very loud about it whenever I am, because it's a like sort of occasional thing for me right now. So I have to wave around everything that I'm in. I did actually just record for a game recently. I can't talk about it too much, but it has been sort of like shown off a little bit by the developer on Twitter. I did retweet something about it not too long ago.
All right, everybody,
so
be a detective.
Dig through my tweets and you'll find the little video clip of it's the dev showing off the game in the little Unity window, and you can hear my voice in it.
Sweet. All right, I'll have to look for that then. All right, so we're talking about dream roles, right? Or franchises that you'd want to voice act in. So like, what is your ultimate dreams for voice acting roles?
Well, obviously, anything in Sonic. Let's be real here. I've always dreamed since I was a kid of voicing Sonic, but I don't think that's gonna happen. But it'd be cool. But honestly, I'm at the point now where it's just like, listen, if there's like a guy that walks through the background is like, hi, Sonic, give me that guy. I'll do it. Just to say that I did. I would love to voice any When They Cry character from any When They Cry property, but if they ever decide that they want to give another shot at dubbing Umineko because they thought about it and gave up, apparently.
Yeah, well,
if they want to do that,
long.
shoot me a message because I will voice Battler Shiramiya for you. Please, God, I love this stupid man way too much. I would, if they ever decide to bring Danganronpa back, I'm not saying that they should, but if they do, I'd be willing to give it a shot, you know? Why not? And what was the other one?
Steven Universe.
Oh, yes, because people have been talking recently about, oh, we should bring back Steven Universe, renew Steven Universe, do something new with Steven Universe. And I love Steven Universe a lot. So, like, hey, my door is open. I've like, you know, I'm friendly with a couple of people who have worked on the show too, so that's fun.
Yeah. Great.
Which was a fun loop around moment for me, actually, because the very first video I ever made on my channel, it is not public anymore. It is unlisted because I want to remake it. I want to make something better. But the first video I ever made on my channel was actually about Steven Universe. It was like a little recommendation video while the show was still in the middle of airing its 5th season. And so it was just kind of a neat moment to go from like, here I am making this dinky little Steven Universe video that nobody is watching to my intro music is by Sarashu now. That's cool.
Yeah. So for anyone who doesn't know,
also very nice
they worked on the music for Steven Universe. Yeah.
Yes, with their partner Ivy. Sent me a Christmas gift one time. Very cool, very nice.
Nice.
Would I voice a pro-tag, a victim, or a killer in possible Danganronpa 4?
What would you want to voice? Which is like my next question, right? Like, is there a particular character type or performance that you enjoy most? Like shy characters or confident characters or crazy characters? Like what kind of personality do you like to voice?
Yeah, because like to address that end of it first, I guess, like I mean, while voicing a protagonist would be fun, that's a big responsibility. And I feel like the most memorable character, I feel like the most memorable characters are the killers, right? I would kind of want to do that because I would want to get to do like a fun breakdown. And I guess that kind of leads into my answer for this, which is like, I mean, I like voicing all types of characters. I have a lot of fun with a bunch of different types of characters. But if I did have a bias, it would definitely be evil characters.
Yeah.
Because it's just so fun to like just sound so horrible and like mean and do your little evil laughs and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
I just
that was
I
actually
just know you would do a great job with that.
I was gonna say like that was actually one of the first things that I did voice acting wise on my channel for something that like people really pointed out when I did it was when I did the Komaida laugh.
Oh. Well, not to pressure you. Do you want to do it right now? For me?
If you don't mind the possibility of the mic peeking into oblivion.
I don't think anyone will mind.
All right. Let's wet my whistle a little bit. Prepare for this.
That was so good.
I don't know how much of that got eaten by Discord.
No, I think that was fine. I think I heard the whole thing. That was great.
Okay, cool.
All right, clip that, everybody. For me. But yeah, I think it's fun. Like, not to like. Do you just practice this yourself, like maniacally laughing in the mirror?
Oh
sometimes?
yeah. I mean, well, maybe not in the mirror. It's just something that like I've had to do it enough times that I can just call it up on command if I have to.
That's fun.
The hard thing, and I have been doing it more regularly, so I think I've gotten the hang of it a little bit more regularly now too. But on the Umineko streams in particular, when you have to do a witch's laugh, when you have to do like a Beato laugh or whatever, that is similar but slightly more challenging, because the very important part of a cackle is that you have to let your voice kind of break a little bit. You kind of have to go for the voice crack a little bit.
Yeah.
And ride that line. And it's hard to ride that line between like making it sound good and intentional versus like making it sounding weird. I think I've gotten the hang of it though.
Gosh. I mean, you've definitely done this like so many times that I guess it kind of comes more naturally to you. Does it bleed into your normal speaking voice sometimes?
Oh, no, not really. Because, I don't know, the way I speak most of the time is very different than a lot of the characters that I voice. So, the cadence just doesn't really, like, the streams don't really cross.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
But it is very funny to be able to call it up on command and have people be like, whoa, what? How did you go from there to there all of a sudden?
Yeah. I mean, one thing, like, are you sitting down or do you like stand up to voice act?
I'm sitting down right now. But if I'm actually voicing something in the booth, I'm usually standing.
Because there is that thing, right? Like, your posture or something can even affect.
It can affect your voice. I don't know how to voice it or say it intelligently, but
I don't know. I think it's like your diaphragm or something expanding.
Something like that.
But I guess when you were saying like you gotta break your voice a little bit, you are going through. I mean, Umineko, and like I am very impressed by your range and your stamina to voice act for such a long time. Because I remember like, so I do a pretty bad Kumaida voice impression. But I remember one time after I did it, I was like, my throat hurts. So I was wondering, like,
challenging.
Do you do warm-up routines or something to like practice or train your voice for longer sessions? Because I think like when you're doing it as like for professional work, you are going at quite a fast pace, and I do know like some voice actors like they literally lose their voice after a session. But like, what do you do to prepare for that warm up?
Well, I should
you do
prepare,
nothing,
but I don't.
Oh no.
I mean, like, really, all I have at my side is just like water. Sometimes, very occasionally, and this is only like if a client asks me to do it. But like if I'm doing a recording session with somebody and they're like, okay, let's do some vocal warm-ups. Let's do like some like me kind of stuff, or like, or do like sounds with your mouth to like prepare your vocal range or whatever. Like, I'll do that if I'm asked, but usually I don't. It's just kind of, it all just kind of comes off the top of the dome. For me, voice acting is a bit like walking into a closet and exercising a demon for a couple hours and then just being done with it.
I mean, so like speaking of long sessions, right? Not just like voice acting, but when you record your scripts, I think you mostly do that in one go, right? Well, like you multiple takes of some lines, but really, you split it up?
I do split it up a little bit more nowadays. I still do a lot of it at the same time, but usually I'll because my scripts are already divided into sections. So I'll usually go until I record like an entire section, and I'll usually do like when I'm recording a longer script, I'll usually record at least 2 to 3 sections of script in one sitting. And then at the end of that, I'm like, okay, my voice is starting to hurt. I'll decide at that point if I'm like, I can get some water and I can keep going, or if it's like I need to cool it for a bit.
Yeah.
And if I decide that I need to cool it for a bit, then I will take that audio back and I will start editing it while I'm recovering my voice.
Yeah.
And then once I get to the end of the line of like, okay, I have run out of stuff that I recorded, then I'll go back and record the rest.
Because, like, for me, I'm also just like, I drink so much water. I drink so much water, but like right next to my mic, I have like a box of strepsils. Just to be like, just in case my voice hurts. I have them there. But yeah, like I'm surprised you don't do warm-ups beforehand because you go on forever.
I have done them before. Like I'm familiar with them. It's just like I don't know. For some reason, they just like I almost like feel embarrassed to do them.
I see.
I'm like I don't wanna sit here like making a bunch of silly noises. I just want to go.
You know, I guess you warm up while you start, right?
That's also true. Like at the beginning of streams, a lot of the time you can kind of hear me settling in a little bit. Some of those voices start off a little lazier, and then like as we go, I start getting into it a little bit more. But yeah, I don't know. I think the reason why I have gotten to this point where I do things off the cuff so much is just because I love seeing people react to it.
Yeah.
I love being able to go from down here to all the way up here.
It blows my mind.
Within seconds, and then have people be like, how did you do that?
What the heck? Magic. That's the real magic.
It's true.
Okay, I'm seeing the the chat wins me like your Komaida voice is so good, Khee. No, it is not. It is neither Bryce Papenbrook nor Megumi Ogata. All right.
Well, listen, everybody's got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
This could be your swan song.
Yeah, we'll just I'll just look like this for the rest of that. No.
The next great Komaida voice actor.
No. I would only laugh and then cry. And be like, he not good.
Oh my god. I actually do think like I usually whenever I voice characters for things that like already have set voices, I try to do my own thing with it just because I think that's fun. But like so that being said, I haven't ever like gotten many opportunities where it's like, oh, I'm gonna imitate the actual like dub voice. Yeah. Doing Komaidas is really funny. Like there was one time where like somebody sent me a tweet that was like we were sitting in the same room. Sent me a tweet that was like a sprite of Komaida was like, is this accurate? And it's him being like saying something about like, oh, you know, all I can do is like go and pick up nails at the Home Depot. What a worthless talent or something like that. And I thought it was really fun. And then I was just like, but instinctively when I read the post out, I did the voice. I was just like, all I can do is go and pick up nails at the Home Depot. What a worthless talent.
It's so funny though.
It's just that's the best part of being able to imitate other voices though, is just making them say things that they would never say.
Oh man, that reminds me like it was like, oh frick, what's his name? I forgot. Oh no, I feel so bad. But the voice actor for Byakuya Tagami, did you hear his
the English one?
Yeah. Oh, I'm forgetting his name right now.
That was Jason Wishnoff, right?
Yeah, that's him.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like, damn it, I feel so bad. He was on Ultra Hope Girls like twice, and I forgot his name. Yeah. But yeah, like I think he's just hilarious. Like, thank you for your Danganronpa contributions, sir.
Absolutely, Jason's Togami bits over the years have been incredibly funny, and also just a really good voice actor in general.
Yeah, I think he's also working on his own indie game or something. At least last I heard.
Oh, really?
Last I heard from Ultra Hope Girls. Which reminds me, you were also on Ultra Hope Girls for a bit.
Yes, I was.
Yeah. I can't remember if it was because I told I was like, you guys should get Marcie.
Yeah.
But yeah,
that was really fun. I enjoyed that a lot.
For anybody who doesn't know, Ultra Hope Girls podcast, they have completed their Danganronpa podcasting now. I'm like, oh my god, it's finished! I can't believe it. But they've interviewed several. They've interviewed several voice actors as well for episodes. I remember the first one that I listened to from their podcast was like the episode they were talking about like Komaida, and I was like, ooh. And then like I listened to it and I was like, none of them are calling him attractive or
I don't understand how I'm meant to
I'm like, why are they not saying he's like cool? but it's good. They're great girls. So definitely go check them out. But yeah, like, okay, so this is perfect. Speaking of podcasts, you're starting your own podcast right now, focused on Higurashi, called and Why Are They Crying? So, how did this come to be?
So this came to be because I am currently, as you know, living with Austin and living with one other friend, Tyson. And I thought it would be fun, since we were living in the same house, to read Higurashi together, because Austin has read it, but it's been a really long time, and Tyson has never read it before at all. And I love it, and I would like to share it with people. So, you know, every once in a while, we just like gather around, sit on the couch, and read for a few hours. And while we were like, you know, going through that, we had finished the first arc, we were midway through the second one. And I was like, you know, it would be really fun. Like, it would be really fun to do sort of a almost book club podcast type thing about this, because there's another podcast that I listen to, which is in a similar vein, called the Golden Truths podcast. Very good. And they're sort of like that, but they do that for Umineko. And I've listened to their episodes like multiple times over and over again. They're really good. And I was like, I would like to do something like that with my friends, because I think that would be fun. I think it would be interesting. And I think it would be like cool to sort of like discuss something that we're reading in that format, especially because we have varying degrees of experience with it. Like, I'm super obsessed with it. Austin knows of it, but doesn't remember as much. And then Tyson's just like completely blank slate. And then at the same time, I was like, wait a minute, we're all reading the visual novel. We have a friend who prefers his anonymity, shall we say. But, you know, doesn't want to be caught up on the internet. I understand that. And he, like, lives like 5 minutes down the street from us. So he comes over all the time. But I was like, I'm not going to ask him to come over and read with us for hours, like every time we read Higurashi, but I still think it would be nice to have him on, because he has like a lot of really cool insight, and also he's funny and I like him.
Yeah.
And so I was like, wait a minute, it would be even funnier if you have me, who is totally obsessed with the series. You have Austin, who knows a little bit, hasn't experienced it in a while. You have Tyson, who has never experienced it. And then you have this guy, who doesn't even get to read the visual novel. He gets to watch the anime version while we talk about the visual novel.
I see. So, like, many missing gaps of information across the board.
Yes. It becomes like a weird game of telephone. But also, like, where we, like, because we all have different levels of experience, we're all bringing something different to it in terms of our perspective. And I think that actually makes the discussion a lot more interesting, because we're kind of filling in gaps for each other, or like presenting ways of thinking about something that the other didn't think about, because we are thinking about it in a different way or seeing it a different way. And, you know, I just think it's fun. I thought that like that group dynamic would be fun to do. And of what we've recorded so far, I think that really came together.
Yeah, that sounds really funny. Actually, the way that you like explained it, that sounds great. I think like part of the appeal,
it'd be like
of
if you did. Sorry,
like part of the appeal of part of the experience of going through something again is like showing it to someone who is completely blind to it. That's always fun.
It'd be like if you, I, and like a casual Danganronpa fan did a podcast about Danganronpa 1, and then we brought somebody in to make them watch Danganronpa the animation. Which would be really funny.
They'd be like, what the heck is a free time?
I don't understand where you guys are getting this stuff about this character from, because all I remember them doing was saying hi and like doing something and then dying immediately.
Yeah. Like, why are you so attached? Why did they care so much? That would be fun. You have to go behind
and explain. Yeah. There's so many moments in just the first episode of our Higurashi podcast where we'll be describing a scene and we'll be like, yeah, this scene where this is happening, and our friend is like, what the hell are you guys talking about? I'm like, oh yeah, this was cut out of the anime, and he's like, of course it was.
Maybe we'll go on to like actually read it at some point, or maybe this is enough.
He has expressed interest in possibly doing it, and we were thinking for a little bit of like having him be like, oh, well, maybe you could read the chapters like one behind while we move on to the next one or whatever, because that would be funny. But he's just been really busy with like home renovation stuff.
Yeah,
so like he just hasn't really had the time to do that. So like right now it's just kind of a thing of like, okay, well, we'll keep doing the anime thing. You can read it eventually.
Yeah, it's fun. Where can people
once we get to
listen to this, by the way?
Oh, it is on Apple Podcasts, it is on Spotify, and it is on my second channel on YouTube, which is Super NezumiVA.
Ooh.
I was just gonna say real quick, if this is a big if we ever get to Umineko, he's just gonna have to put up with it at that point. I will have built his resistance because there's no way he can watch the anime. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah,
I'm not that cruel.
I think because I did watch your why you should read Umineko, right? And you were like, the anime adaptation is terrible.
Yeah, it's atrocious. It's really bad.
Which is a shame, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll say like the Danganronpa adaptation is at least okay.
Yeah, like the Danganronpa anime isn't great, but it's passable. I think it's definitely enough to get somebody interested in the series, and then who knows, maybe they'll actually go back and read the visual novel, and then they'll realize how much better it was. But like, but the Umineko anime, it is not like that. It actively makes everything worse.
Oh no.
I think it would give you a very poor first impression of the material. Especially though, because like it was made in the middle of the visual novel being written. Like it wasn't even done yet.
Oh, I see.
So they didn't know what things were and weren't important to include, and what things to depict in a certain way. Like, yeah, to say that they screwed it up beyond repair is putting it really lightly.
I guess it's something you can maybe go enjoy after you read it. You could just be like,
okay, I mean, like,
well,
if you...
It's nice to see them animated.
If you've read Umineko, you can go back and watch it, and like there are some parts where it has interesting animation. You can be like, that's cool, and the rest of the time you can laugh at it or be angry.
All right. Well, clearly, Ryukishi07. Is that how you like supposed to read his name?
Yep.
Okay.
Ryukishi07. Yeah.
His works have had a like big impact on you, and you greatly admire them. I was wondering, for anyone who is not aware or like has not started reading or watching any of his works, why would you recommend his works?
Okay, well, first of all, any of my recommendation of Ryukishi's works comes with a huge asterisk. And that asterisk is that Ryukishi does not hold back. Ryukishi's works are extremely dark. They have every triggering subject under the sun that you can possibly think of. So first of all, before I say anything, please do take care of yourself and be well informed of what you're getting into before you do. But the reason that I am really drawn to his stuff, particularly When They Cry, because I'm gonna be honest, I've read a couple of Ryukishi's stuff like that he's written outside of When They Cry. Some of them are okay. Most of them are actually kind of bad, in my opinion.
Oh. He's working on what's he working on? Is like Silent Hill or something right now?
Yes, he is working on Silent Hill F. So I'm hoping that'll be good. But the reason that I am drawn to particularly the When They Cry works in particular is because even though they like run the gambit of having like some of the darkest shit in media that you can possibly go through, they also just really tend to have very humanistic and very like nuanced messages about people. Like, not to go too into it, but like Higurashi is all about the way that we blame ourselves and other people, and the way we miscommunicate with each other, and the way that our relationships fall apart when we don't communicate with each other. And a big part of it is like learning to reach out, is learning to express yourself even though you're fearful of what people might think, and like forming tighter and like more deep, meaningful relationships because of that. And Umineko is conversely about how like even the people you love the most in the world can be the people who hurt you the most in the world. And how like to reconcile those complicated feelings, trying to figure out how to feel about somebody when they've been such a large part of your life, even though they've done like really great things and really terrible things at the same time. And especially how that relates to how you feel when somebody important in your life is gone, and you have to sort of pick up those pieces after the fact. Just stuff like that like really speaks to me in particular. I think a lot of those things are very interesting. The way he sort of like has a relationship with his readers through the way he writes his stories is also very interesting to me. In some ways, he's making like a little bit of a game between you and him, but also at the same time, you can tell that there's a very deep respect that he holds for the people who read his work, where he's like, I'm not going to tell you how to feel about this. I'm going to bare my heart and soul to you, and then I'm just going to put it there on the table, and you can think whatever you want of it. Like if you thought about it at all, that's what I wanted. And I just think there's something very interesting and respectable about that, an approach to writing that I think is a little bit unique, and something that I wish I saw more often. And also, there's also this fact. A lot of the sort of like more nuanced topics in his writing that are related to like, like social services or mental health or abuse, like a lot of things like that are handled with very velvet gloves, but also like very realistically, because Ryukishi was a social worker before he started writing. And I think that informs a lot of his writing when it comes to those things. And because of that, I feel like even though they go to some really dark places, some of that writing about those subjects has made me feel more seen than like practically any other piece of fiction ever. Because they are so specifically like dedicated to portraying those situations, not only with realism, but with sympathy. And it's just, I just feel like you don't get that from a lot of authors. Like a lot of authors don't put in that amount of work to really be as on level with the people reading their work and wanting to be as upfront with them as possible.
I gotta say, like, listening to you explain that was beautiful.
Thank you.
I don't know how else to describe it. It's like clearly the work like resonates with you so much, and that like obviously the I guess research, but also firsthand experience that Kishi has to tackle like such difficult topics with like, I don't know, sincerity and genuine, like it not like obviously some of it is played up for dramatics, but at the heart of it, it's coming from a place of like, just like human connection and everything. I don't know.
There's very much. there's very much a sense of it a lot of the time for me that like I feel like he as a writer understands that a lot of the most underprivileged people in society and the people who are looked down upon and hurt the most by other people are people who are actively struggling with so many things that make them feel like outcasts and make them feel like they don't belong. And a lot of those things are to do with the fact that our service, like our systems, like our social systems and stuff are not set up to catch those people. They're not set up to help them in ways that they really need. And so, you know, a lot of people make the joke of like, if you've only ever seen anime screen caps of Higurashi, it's like, oh, that's like the one with the crazy girls with the crazy anime expressions or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But the thing about a lot of that stuff in his actual writing is like he is portraying those things specifically because he wants to say, you know, like, hey, these people that you think are just like, you see them on a surface level and you think they're insane or like they're crazy or whatever, like those people are going through actively like terrible things. Those people are struggling with things that you can't even possibly imagine. And instead of being afraid of those people or outcasting those people or like, you know, thinking differently of them, the best way we can do anything for them is we have to listen to them and we have to help them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting. There is a lot of stuff in there about like the othering of people and like at what point people stop thinking of each other as the same as me and like where that point comes from and for what reason. And what we can kind of do to bridge those gaps and remind ourselves that we're all kind of the same at the end of the day.
I feel like with all those points that you brought up, I feel like now that I'm older, I feel like now is the better time to go into those things. I mean, you got into Higurashi like when you said like middle school or something. I'm like that may be too young.
That was way too young.
But like I don't know, now feels like it feels like a good time to get into it. Especially I feel like now the world you know, are taking steps to be a bit more like aware, socially aware about like people who do go through these things and stuff like that. So I feel like now the environment of today, maybe like Rikishi was like way ahead of his time in that regard.
In a lot of ways, I do think he was. There are actually some parts of Higurashi in particular which are like so based that they got cut out of the console ports.
Oh no!
Because the Japanese companies were like, yo, you can't be like that critical of the government, can you?
Oh no.
Yeah, he was on some stuff. Now, that isn't to say that Higurashi and Umineko both don't have like some outdated stuff in them in terms of like anime humor and especially like gross anime humor. They do. It is unfortunate. I don't like it, but it is what it is. Once again, looping back around the asterisk on everything I love. But
have you checked out his?
I at least think
his new one that's like currently being written.
Kikonia?
Yeah, that one.
No, Kakuroni? Yes, I own it, but I am a little bit hesitant to get too into it right now because it's unfinished, and he did recently announce that it would be going on an indefinite hiatus.
Oh.
Because the thing about Kikonia, from what I understand, is it's very deeply connected to war. That's one of the big topics of it. And with a lot of stuff going on at the moment, Ryukishi was just like, I don't know if it's necessarily the right time for me to be doing all that.
Right.
And I understand where he's coming from.
Yeah.
Because that, you know, it is like, you know, when you're writing war fiction while real life like events that are very sensitive like that are happening, you don't want to like write something irresponsibly or without thinking and then like lock yourself in and make yourself look insensitive or stupid. And I think he probably has a lot of like interesting things to say about it, but I understand his decision to be like, I'm gonna wait on that.
Yeah.
but yeah, so like I'm interested in it, but I feel like if I do get into it and read the part that he has out now, then I'm gonna be with everybody else and I'm gonna be like, when's the next part coming out though?
Yeah. That is the thing, like, because again, the When They Cry series comes out as like chapters kind of format. It's like you got into it when they were all complete, right?
So I got into the series when Higurashi was complete, and Umineko had like a couple of chapters out at the time. Which is actually really funny because when I first started, like, you know, I finished Higurashi and I was like, wow, that's great. I loved that. And then I was like, wow, he's coming out with a new thing. I'll read that too. And then I started reading it and I was like, what are these stupid rich people? Like a bunch of family drama? Who cares? And now it's one of my favorite pieces of fiction ever, but you know,
changed.
Funny how that works.
All right. Well, speaking of like visual novels and stuff, I was wondering if budget and time was not an issue for you. Do you have any dream projects or activities you wish you could do? And one of the things I was thinking is like, would you ever write your own VN?
Well, you see, I actually already have ideas for one. Now that being said,
do tell.
I have several projects that I would like to make at some point. Maybe they will be visual novels. Maybe they will be something else. My biggest passion project of all time that I really want to make the most was supposed to be a comic, but I'm not an artist.
No, of course you are.
And I don't have enough money to pay somebody to draw a whole comic. So, you know, might have to rearrange some things. But, you know, I think like making VNs would be fun. I would definitely be down to try it. Even just to say that I did. And right now I have one that like, and you know, people getting like, don't get too excited. I don't know when or how it will happen. I don't have like concrete plans or anything. You're not hearing a game announcement from me today. But I do have like a lot of ideas for something. And I was like, basically just kind of thinking like, okay, if I want to make dream project in the future, and it'll be like a visual novel or whatever, then I need to do something else first that is smaller, because you can't just do your dream project first thing.
Yeah.
And so, yes, I have a lot of notes. I have a lot of character bios. They're going through drafts. I'm trying to get these characters designed. It'll probably take a really long time. But I have a lot of interesting ideas, and I can tell you some of the inspirations for it, at least, I suppose. Hold up. Let me pull this up real quick. This'll give you guys a peek at the inside of my brain here.
Wait, how?
Yeah.
Could I put it on screen or?
Yeah, you know what? I actually do have a picture here.
Ooh.
And it's not a character design. I just have a pic. Like, basically, to explain what this is, what I'm sending right now is it is a picture that is basically like a little inspiration wheel thing. Where it's like at the center of the wheel you have my character. And currently right now it's just like a pit crew, so it's not going to be entirely accurate. This is just kind of like the base of what I'm trying to make the character like. And going outward from the center of the circle, there are like different little layers, and like the inner layers are like the characters that I think this character is most like, and then branching out are some that they're still similar to and like make up facets of their personality, but maybe are more like outer layers. So this is the onion that I made for my main character of this VN idea.
Ooh.
I
Oh.
put it
Okay.
in
Let
your
me
chat.
save it. Let me save it. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I like these characters on screen that I'm seeing right now. This is a wheel of messed up people, I gotta say.
Uh-huh.
Alright, let me save it and then I'll put it on screen. So, thank you for sharing this, by the way. You didn't have to, but I'm very excited.
Yeah, no
I'm very
worries.
excited. But like, no big expectations, you know? This will come out when it comes out, when you're ready.
Yes.
Alright, you know what? We can,
So yeah,
you can just cover me.
here you go, everybody.
What a beautiful wheel of people.
Yeah, this woman's not all right. She's not doing okay. She's going through a lot. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk too much about like what the story is really. But basically, the general base idea I have for this story, like thematic wise, is basically, you know, a story about, how do I put this? About living your life the best you can when you're in a situation that makes you feel like you could not possibly ever be a good person, no matter how hard you tried.
That sounds really deep.
And what you could do, like, and what you can do for people, even if that is the case, and like how even if in the future, like, you know, the people that you love do not remember you fondly, like at least it meant something.
Oh, that sounds tragic.
Yeah, no, it's spoiler alert, it's not gonna end well.
Oh.
But
I'd love to see it someday.
Yeah.
No pressure though.
And yeah, and obviously, like, story tone wise, my main inspirations are obviously something like When They Cry, but also Signalis, also Tsukihime, unfortunately.
So Tsukihime is like a spin-off of the Fate series, I think?
No.
No?
Tsukihime was the first visual novel that was published by the Fate guy.
Oh.
And it shows.
Oh.
It's really old. It has a lot of H scenes, which are bad.
Oh. I was gonna be like, well, I don't mind H scenes. But
yeah,
if they're
it has
bad.
a lot of, let's say, uncomfortable subject matter, but it is also one of the most influential visual novels of its time. It ended up having a knock-on effect, which basically inspired many of the visual novels that we see today. None of the I mean, like, you know, the visual novel scene that we have right now probably would not be anywhere close to the same if it weren't for Tsukihime. So there's that. Like, I honestly, even though there was a lot of stuff about it that made me uncomfortable while I was reading it, it was also just one of those things of like, well, it's like, you know, if you're gonna do a visual novel, like, you can't not have read Tsukihime.
I see.
So, you know. And there were a lot of things that I liked a lot about it, but yeah, it is certainly a product of its time.
Well, I'll look forward to whenever this eventually happens.
Yes.
And even if it doesn't, like, don't feel too bad about yourself.
Yeah, you know, we're all just doing our best out here. And then if I succeed at doing that one, then I have like 2 more that I would like to do.
Oh my
One
God.
of them is the dream project. The other is just another like fun kind of thing.
The
but
ambition.
I'll remain more quiet about that one.
The ambition that you have is so powerful. All right. Well, apart from like your gaming interests, are there any hobbies or skills that you're passionate about that people might not know about? Like, do you have a passion for cooking or
I enjoy cooking. I don't know that I would say I have a passion for it, really. I'm not like, I'm not being ridden around by Remy Ratatouille, like learning all of the special recipes. But I still enjoy it. I'm trying to think, honestly. Like, I've been kind of stumped on this one a little bit since you sent it to me. Because I feel like I really publicize like all of the things that I do.
I feel that too.
I don't know. I mean, like, I guess. Well, that's still acting, so it doesn't count. Yeah, I don't know. Unless you consider rolling your tongue a talent.
Oh, demonstration, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that too.
I mean, I know some people can't do it, so.
Really? Is that not a thing everyone can do? Damn.
Yeah, no, like,
sucks to be them.
I'm pretty sure that my mom can't do it, actually.
Oh, whoops, sorry. I didn't mean to insult your mom.
No, you're fine. She's not gonna watch this anyway. Every time I tell her that I'm doing something, like, oh yeah, I'm doing like this podcast thing or whatever, she'd be like, oh great, you should send it to me. And I'm like, Mom, I swore in it a lot. And she's like, okay, don't send it to me.
I see. I think like for me, it's not that I can do it, but I would be passionate about like trying more crafty things. I've never been good at making stuff with my hands, but like crafting or knitting or something like that. I think that would be a nice way to spend time. I'm sounding like a little old lady.
No, I agree. Like, I would like to be able to do more stuff like that. Back in the day, actually, like when I was really little, I would used to try to make plushies, and they were not very good. But I did make them. Like, basically, I would get like these big sheets, and I would like draw a character on them. Like, I was just drawing it on like a big sheet of paper.
Yeah. And then cut it out.
Yeah, and then cut it out, and then we'd like put the cotton in it and sew it up. Actually, though, that does remind me of a thing that I want to do but haven't. I own a ukulele, and I want to be able to play it.
Ooh, that would be fun.
Don't know the first thing about it right now, but hopefully sometime I will be able to.
And then at some point in your Umineko stream, you'll just be like, ding.
Yeah.
Add some intensity.
Without the ukulele and sing Beatrice's apology video.
Oh no, topical.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, wait.
But yeah.
I think I see someone in the chat. It's Magic1. That's the person who translated the Kirigiri light novel.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Hi.
Shoot. That's so cool. Hi.
Yeah, we want to read it. At some point.
No, Kirby Superstar 44 said the thing about a Steven Universe song. Yeah, the reason I got the ukulele was not necessarily because of Steven Universe songs, actually, but it was because of a lot of Rebecca Sugar's stuff, particularly Marceline's songs. Because gee, who would have guessed where I got my name from?
Wow, there's no connection at all.
No.
That's cute though. Yeah. I'm kind of glad that I made up the name Khee before I met Komaeda, because otherwise I think I would have been too embarrassing.
You would have named yourself after Komaeda?
It could have happened.
We could have been looking at a very different future.
Well, speaking of that, if you could give your younger self or future self some advice, what would it be?
If I were to give my younger self some advice, stop talking. Just stop. Just stop talking. Don't say anything else. Please stop being embarrassing. You embarrass me. No,
Don't be so cringe,
I should
please.
be a little. I should be a little kinder to my younger self. No, if I were to actually give my younger self some advice, it would be don't do homeschooling for 9th grade. Don't do online schooling. It sucks. You'll hate it. You'll be miserable. I know you think you want to get out of public school. I know you think that this will be better because you don't have to interact with people, but it's actually somehow worse. Don't do it.
I see.
And if I were to give my future self some advice, which I would like to think that I will be able to adhere to this advice, I'm saying it now, so I'll remember. Just stay humble. You know, you're not hot shit. Don't ever think that you're hot shit.
But you are the hot shit. You are hot shit.
No, you can't be saying that. You can't get me started.
you were just saying, gotta be kinder to yourself, right? It's like, well, compliments, you know. You gotta fake it till you make it.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, that actually is a lot of people say that, like, oh, that's, you know, I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I can tell myself that I like myself when I don't or whatever. But like, if you have to take it from anybody, and like, I'm actually being serious here for a second. Been there, done that. Absolutely, 100%. Still am there and do that a lot. But like, I know exactly what it is like to not like yourself very much. And it is very stereotypical to say fake it till you make it, but it actually does work. Like, if you actually actively take steps to repeatedly, over and over again, affirm yourself positively, even if it feels like a complete lie, and you're like, wow, I don't think that's true at all. I'm just lying to myself. But if you keep doing it, then eventually you will get to the point where you do actually start to believe some of those things. And it takes a really, really long time. And it's not a one-time thing, and you have to keep doing it over and over. And a lot of the time you will backslide, and you will not think kindly of yourself one day after you did on another. It sucks and it's tough, but like, be persistently kind to yourself, because, you know, you're a person too. Like, you know, the way that you'd be kind to others, treat yourself that way too, because you deserve it.
Yeah.
That's it.
I mean, I totally agree. And I understand. Oh, well, I relate to that thing of, like, not liking yourself. Because, like, you know, I grew up and I got bullied as a kid. And that really, like, I don't know. It really shut down my self-confidence for a long time. And I still think I'm working on it now. Thanks, bullies.
Yeah.
But, like, I guess it's like that. You
kids
gotta...
are cruel.
Yeah, they are. They are so cruel. And they don't know that they are. They don't know how hard it hurts. But, like, I don't know. People... I think, like, we do need to be kinder to ourselves than to other people in general.
Yeah.
Because, like, the world is so big. The world is so big.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
We're not perfect people, but...
And hey, you know what, Khee? You're also really super cool and talented. And I like you as a friend a lot.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. See, I won't say like, no, that's not true. I'll be like, thanks.
Yeah, gotta catch yourself.
But like, I don't know. Like, it's good to be real.
That's the thing about that's the thing about taking compliments is, like, you know, the way I try to help myself take compliments is, like, even if I have a hard time agreeing with that, I am hearing the words of my friend, and my friend is cool and smart, and I I appreciate them and I value their opinion. So if I just deflect and say no, then in a way I'm saying that they're not smart and that, like, they're wrong, and I can't be doing that. So there you go.
Yeah.
What about us, chat? Chat, you're also... You're very
super cool.
Good people. Super cool people.
Yeah. Unless you're not cool.
In which case you're not.
Yeah, but like, those who know they're cool are cool, so, you know.
Yeah.
Well, my last question was gonna be if you had any goals or projects for the future. But I think we're like up to that. I mean, how many more retrospectives do you have for Ace Attorney at the moment?
At the moment, I'm working on Apollo Justice, and after that one, I've got 2 mainline games. There are the 2 great Ace Attorney games. There are the 2 Edgeworth games, and there's the Phoenix Wright, Professor Layton crossover.
Oh gosh.
As well.
Those are massive undertakings too.
To be clear, you know how I said earlier that I'm not doing all that stuff in a row anymore?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's gonna take a while. Don't be expecting those all in a row. Yeah. If you want to see more of those, then please continue to watch my smaller videos when I come out with those 2, so that I don't die.
Yes. I mean, take as much time as you need for those. Cause like, have you played them all actually?
No, I played the first 3 Ace Attorney games religiously as a kid, back to front, over and over and over again. I played Apollo Justice when it came out, and that's it. Going back to it for this video was actually the first time I've come back to it.
Ooh.
And then every game past that point, spin-off or otherwise, I have not touched them.
Ooh, that would be fun. I don't know. Would you stream them? I mean, that might be good.
I might could, but the thing is, like, when I record the footage, I don't want it to like have a stream overlay on it, you know? So yeah. So that can be a little bit difficult. I don't know, maybe we'll figure something out. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe. We'll just go to like what's the channel? Like Just One Gamer. Just use their clips.
Yeah.
Just download their footage. Unless they have their logo in it.
The Ace Attorney, the hard part about the Ace Attorney ones actually though is like if I want there to be like a specific part that I do voice acting for, because Ace Attorney games are only text. If I just use somebody else's gameplay, the text is going to scroll too fast. So like when I'm recording my footage and I get to a part that I know I want to voice, I have to like let it play for like long enough that I know that I could say the whole sentence in that time.
Oh my god, you gotta plan so much in your head in advance. That's not something that I like even thought about.
Yep, I've been doing that since Danganronpa.
You work so hard, Marcie. You work so hard. Exhaustion. Alright.
Over.
Well, firstly, let's just do a little thing where we go, hey everybody, if you like Marcie and you haven't supported Marcie on all these places, where should people go again?
Yes, on the screen right now, my YouTube channel is NezumiVA right there at the top left. On the top right, we have my Patreon, which is patreon.com/NezumiVA. On the bottom left, we have my Twitter, which is twitter.com/NezumiVA. In the middle, we have my Ko-fi link, which is ko-fi.com/NezumiVA. And below that is my website, which is nezumiva.card.co. And then to the very right corner there is my Tumblr, which is also at NezumiVA.
Yeah. See, the thing is, like, all right. I'm glad that you're still happy with your username. Like, do you still like NezumiVA, or do you wish it was a different thing? Because for me, I'm like, god damn it, I wish I wasn't Cactus Khee. I have like no relation to Cactus.
Sometimes I do feel a little stuck with it, to be honest. Yeah, but at the same time, it's also just kind of like, well, I got this far with it. No changing it now.
That's how I
the
feel.
only like one of my friends said this the other day, and I believe that this is true. The only way that a YouTuber can rebrand after they have a really recognizable name is if everybody knows their real name and they just rebrand to that.
Ah, I see.
Like for example, there's a gaming YouTuber that I really like. And for a really long time, his channel name was Harshly Critical. And everybody knew him by that name. But everybody also knew that he was a guy named John Wolf. And so eventually he got to the point where he got tired of the Harshly Critical name and he just renamed his channel to John Wolf. That's the only way I think you can really do it.
Makes sense.
So eventually, if I get so tired of this name that I just want to throw it out in the garbage, then, maybe I can rename my channel to just Marcie Hobbs or something. But
at the same time, I think it's at least good that you have VA there. Because that's like, oh, right, you're a voice actor.
Yeah, everybody was doing that for a while.
At least you're not just like Sonic Fangirl XXX.
In some ways, though, I feel like that would also be kind of funnier.
Yeah. It's good fun. All right.
If I had, like, I think we're MySpace ass name.
Yeah. I think we're at the point now where we're gonna like take a look at some of the audience questions that got sent in.
Yes.
So I just took screenshots of them and we'll just kind of go for them right now.
Gotcha.
So let's go. The first one comes from GD Rhythmic. Do you have a favorite video that you've made? Also, you're very cool. So maybe not the ones you would recommend. What's your absolute favorite? If that's even possible.
My absolute favorite. I mean, it's tough because I feel like I feel like I'm always improving on myself. But like, and also, if I were to give a general answer, it probably would be that Undertale video. Because I just feel like it's the most comprehensive and like the most indicative of my style, and like I get off into my usual type of tangents that I like to do all the time, and I do a little bit of voice acting in it too. So like it's got everything.
Yeah.
So but if I had to choose one that I didn't put on that list, I don't know, probably that Umineko video that I made a while back. Just because you can tell that I'm like talking about something that I'm really passionate about, and that's what I value most in a YouTuber, really.
Yeah. We like when you go brain rot.
Yeah.
Because that's the most fun, right? That's when you can tell someone's just genuinely enjoying something. And it's not like, oh my god, clickbait, whatever.
Yeah, whoa, guys, have you heard of a content warning? Have you heard of Lethal Company? Like,
I haven't played those games or watched anyone play it, but I don't know, they would seem fun.
I played Lethal Company for the first time very recently. And it was fun.
Yeah.
I had a fun time with it.
I don't have enough friends to play. But also part of that is like being in Australia, time zone wise, it's a little
a little tough to coordinate.
It's alright. You got scared by the neighbor game. Lethal Company would kill you. That's the thing. I haven't really played that many horror games before in my life. I haven't also watched many horror films in my life. So
see, that's where we're different. I love horror. Love it.
I should get into it. I think like I would enjoy it, but I would also get freaked out if anything's too realistic.
Well, that's like one of the funny things about that is like I was an absolute like baby when it came to horror when I was a kid. Like everything scared me. Even things that didn't scare other people scared me really, really badly. But then, it became like a little bit of a thrill though. I was like, but wait a minute, this is cool though. I actually kind of think this is interesting. And then,
I think like when you take a horror concept, I think I like it that it's fictional.
Yes.
In a way that you can explore those kinds of like fear in like a safe-ish environment.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's good though. All right. Well, the next question from Nagito Rantaro Kisser Kaidekins. What a name. What do you think of me? Wow. Okay. Well,
I don't know.
cool.
I don't know about this
I'm
one.
cool and cringe. That's all you have to say.
I think that you're very talented and cool. I think you have a really good eye for like, I don't know, just like your art is very like poppy and vibrant in a way that I think is very eye-catching. And also talking about like animatic wise, I think that you've also got like a really good sense of like timing and framing in particular. I think like a lot of the shots that you set up in like, you know, the villain animatic in particular were just like very well realized. I was like, ooh, good understanding of space, good like understanding of you know, like where to put things camera view wise and like how to make like a cool transition to a timed music beat or whatever. Yeah, just really good. You're very talented.
Oh, you're gonna make me blush. I feel like I'm getting a performance review. Like, thanks. But like, yeah, I guess like in that kind of thing, like you mentioned comics before, right? And I'm like, I remember drawing comics as a kid, but like I don't get comic paneling, like the flow of comics. That doesn't come naturally to me.
It's very difficult.
So like when it comes to
an understated art.
Yeah, when it comes to comicking and storyboarding, it's like similar. They're like cousins, but it's also like a completely different way of thinking, at least to me. But yeah, like I'm glad you like it because you know, storyboarding is my job, and if I was bad at it, then that would be pretty bad.
Yeah, no, you're very good at it.
Thanks. Maybe someday you can work on something I animate or storyboard.
Hey, I mean,
that would be really awesome.
Who knows? That would be fun.
That'd be the best of both worlds. All right.
Hey, I mean, you know, we've talked about that. We've talked about doing like and I mean, again, I'm not announcing anything right now. This would be like far in the future. I don't know when this happens, but like we've talked about before doing like a for fun sort of like DR3 rewrite thing sometime in the future. Maybe
because we're petty.
Maybe we could work together or something.
That'd be cool.
Because I'm sure that some of those parts would be like look pretty cool with like little doodles attached to them. So hey, who knows?
Yeah, I think like in that sense, like people who are able to replicate Komatsuzaki's art, that's like super cool to me. I'm like,
yeah,
I've tried tracing a sprite before, and I'm just like, it just doesn't look right. What are these people doing to make the magic happen?
Komatsuzaki has a very, very distinctive style. And I would say sometimes for the better and sometimes for the worse, but always for the interesting.
It's funny, like again, speaking about V3, like I think a lot of people were like, "Whoa, the art looks a little off here," but I think it's also because Komatsuzaki didn't do all the art. I think some other artists.
Plus, it probably had to be done a lot faster. Yeah.
But anyway, I think people who can replicate styles are very cool. It doesn't come to me naturally. Oh, by the way, we should mention like your avatar right now. I drew it, and that's why we're both in swimsuits right now. We're both in swimsuits right now. Forgot to mention that at the start. But you know how when you hover over a YouTube video and you can see like the first couple of seconds or something. I saw that your recent Umineko video, like it has my art in it too, and I'm like, oh my god!
Oh, I don't know. Does it?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Oh wait, yes. On my layout for Umineko,
I
have the Beto art that you drew.
I saw it. I was like, wait a second, I didn't color this.
Yeah, I did that.
Yeah, you did that. So cool. Anyway, thanks for that.
Sorry, I completely forgot because I was thinking about a different piece of art at the beginning of my streams, and I was like, wait a minute, that wasn't you.
Yeah, the one, the little preview thing in the corner.
Yeah,
so that's cool. Eventually, I'll have to watch your full streams, but like, maybe after I go and read it too, which will take forever. But anyway, so
I don't know. Whenever you need to have a long drawing session.
Yeah, just listen. All right.
Yeah.
Any opinions on Raincoat? Because you haven't played Raincoat yet, but I suppose, do you have any thoughts about Raincoat before you even get into it, like expectations of wise?
I don't know, because I've heard very mixed things about it, honestly, like all over the place sort of things. Like I know a lot of people that really, really like it, and I know a lot of people that really, really don't like it. So I'm just kind of like of the opinion that like when I actually really sit down and play it, I'm just gonna like, you know, close my eyes and ears, tune out everything that I've ever heard, and just be like, okay, let's just take this as it comes to me.
Yeah.
I have technically played like the first like 15 minutes or so of it.
Oh.
But I just don't have a lot of time right now, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But like from what I have seen so far, I think a lot of the characters and their designs are cool. I think Shinigami is really annoying at the beginning, but maybe she gets better.
Well, I won't say anything about that. Chat, don't say anything. But yeah. Well, I'll look forward to whenever that happens. Again, it's like whenever that happens, right? No pressure.
Yeah. I have pondered maybe the idea of streaming it too, but I don't know. We'll see.
I think the thing with games is that they do have a longer shelf life in a sense compared to like anime that's like currently airing in a way. So I feel like at least when it comes to games, you could just play it at any point and people would still be like, hey, I remember that, or I like that.
Yeah, that's
check
true.
It out.
Whereas like with anime stuff especially, you kind of have to be a little bit more topical. It's like, what are you talking about this anime from 2013 for? Who cares? We moved on.
Oh, okay.
But I haven't moved on.
We have a super chat question from James. I don't think the alert box has popped up yet, but question: which game would you speedrun if you had to?
I actually have tried to speedrun a game before.
Ooh.
It didn't turn out super well. Yes. It didn't turn out super well for me, but I was trying to speedrun Sonic's campaign in Sonic Adventure 1 for a while. If I had to learn a game, it would probably be that.
I don't know. Speedrunning, I'm bad at games, so... Oh, there's the alert.
Yeah. I'm not the best at video games, but...
We play for fun. You could try streaming a speedrun sometime. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. We could try it.
Yeah, it's just a lot of work. I mean, you're doing your Umineko streams like weekly right now?
Right now, yeah. I usually take a break between episodes whenever we finish one, though.
And I think that's for the best. All right. We got a question. Opinions on the Castlevania franchise, the games and the Netflix series. Have you played them or watched it?
I have played a couple of Castlevania games, and I have seen I think one episode of the Netflix series. I thought that the one episode that I saw was pretty good. As for the games, I enjoy Castlevania games, but they are really hard. I have had a bit of a time trying to play them. I have technically completed the first game, but that was in a sort of round robin situation where I was playing it with two other people. Where every time we died, we'd pass it around.
But that's fun.
But like, and then I've played a bit of Castlevania 2, and I didn't like it. And I played a bit of Castlevania 3, and it was really hard, and I didn't beat it. And I played a bit of Super Castlevania 4, and I thought it was pretty good, but I also did not beat it. And I haven't played Symphony of the Night, I'm sorry.
Because, like, I have, like, no awareness of this series at all. But I eventually do want to watch the series on Netflix. It looks really cool. really well
Yeah,
done.
I think it's very interesting that they're kind of like taking the narrative of these games that sort of like have historically, or at least those first few, were very like simple in their presentation and sort of like expanding upon them. That's a neat idea. I like that.
All right, let's move on. We have a couple of questions for voice acting, but you have like touched upon some. So, the dream roles, and also inspirations and stuff. Favorite. Oh, well, how about this? What was your favorite acting job so far?
That is a good question. I think, like, so far, it probably would have to be that HBO one. Just because, like, it was very, like, it was challenging, but it was, you know, just the environment in the booth was very fun, and it was, you know, it was just very humbling to be able to sort of like bounce off of and, you know, share my craft with somebody whose work that I really admired, and getting to receive her feedback and stuff. That was probably it.
Yeah, I was thinking it was probably gonna be that one because like a part of it is like just the experience of it, not just like the characters themselves or whatever. Like for example, like when I think back on like work that I've done officially, I'm like, I like the projects where I had more freedom and like had more fun with the thing, even if like maybe it wasn't as of a, I don't know, highbrow kind of media. I was just like, it's the people you work with that make the experience, I think.
Definitely.
Oh, okay, next question. Have you ever received a voice acting tip that made doing certain voices easier? Or do you have a tip?
I wonder.
Well, do warm-ups. For one thing.
No, I don't want to do warm-ups. You should do warm-ups, but not me. Oh. I'm different. No, I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm sure that I've probably received some kind of advice at some point that was helpful, but like, none of it's really coming up. Aside from just like general things, I guess, like, you know, keeping stock of your like breath control and stuff like that, so you don't pass out. Because yeah, that's one thing is like, especially whenever you're doing anything that involves like a lot of screaming or whatever, you're gonna wanna regulate that. You're gonna wanna not do that all at once, because if you do, you will expel all of the air from your lungs and you will fall over and black out.
Have you? Is this like personal experience?
No.
Okay, thank God.
Well, I mean, maybe close a couple of times. But,
oh gosh.
But no, this is more heard from other people that have done such a thing. I know the Dragon Ball actors have definitely done that a couple of times.
Oh, I can imagine.
I think
a lot of people don't realize how physically exhausting it can also be to voice act.
Yes, it is very physically demanding because you know, you have to put everything you have into it, because you know, there's I think, and you know, I'm not trying to diss on anybody obviously when I say this, but like when I see a lot of sort of like amateur voice acting, and I say that meaning that you're not doing it for hire, not that, oh well, you're an amateur, but like when I see a lot of, you know, hobby voice acting stuff from people who are just trying to get into it, they have a tendency to be like, oh, like somebody is in the house right now, like I can't, you know, go all the way. I'm gonna pretend I'm yelling like this, but I'm not really yelling, you know, like, don't do that. You're not gonna get any better if you do that. And I know it's embarrassing to have to like go to somebody and be like, hey, I'm about to scream my lungs out. you're gonna hear it. Because, you know, yeah, it's embarrassing. You don't want to hear, like, people to hear you do that sort of thing, but you just have to go for it.
I could relate to that.
Improve.
Like, I'll finish streaming and then I'll leave my room and my parents will be like, "You were so loud." I'm like, "Oops."
The only reason I hold back sometimes on my streams is just, like, either one of two reasons, and none of those reasons are because I'm embarrassed. One is just, if I scream like this while on my streaming setup, I'm gonna peak the mic like hell and it's going to break everybody's ears, and I don't want to do that. And the second reason is if I am just too tired at the moment, and I'm like, well, this is a stream. I'm not being paid to do this. Whatever.
Sounds about right. I don't know. When it comes to me, you mentioned like school days and stuff, right? I'm just like, damn it, I'm reading this stuff out loud. Don't want to be too loud, actually. But it's fun though.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, next questions. Oh, okay, this is a long one. From Woody was, could you tell us more about voice acting stuff? Some stuff is secret. When you first got into it, and how did it develop into a profession? Oh, they also want to thank you for the Homestuck read-along streams because, I think like with the Homestuck and Umineko, right? I think it's a way to, and you've said like introduce things to people and maybe get them interested in starting and stuff like that. So, okay. I guess like how did it turn from hobby stuff to more professional for you?
Ironically, I would say that like my professional work didn't start really happening until I started making videos for the most part. And the thing is, it's not even like a thing of like, oh, people want to hire you because you do YouTube videos. Because my first job that I got wasn't actually like, obviously, like the people didn't know me or anything. But it was just like, because I had sort of like tried to ingratiate myself in those circles and like tried to get to know other voice actors and stuff like that and work with them and do fun things with them, then any of those people who like had done professional work at some point, like, you know, like, so for example, I have a friend who does a lot of like voice acting stuff. Both has done both like hobby and professional. And she keeps an eye on a lot of like audition pages for stuff on like Facebook and stuff. And she, because we are friends, because we've worked together, and because she like knows my videos and stuff, she saw a page on Facebook that was advertising like, hey, we need, you know, a trans person to audition for this role that we're doing. Like, send a reel to this email or whatever. And she sent it to me and she was like, hey, you should try this. And I was like, yeah, that sounds good. Okay, I can do that. And so I just sent my reel in. It was just like stitched together clips of like some of my better sounding stuff that I recorded with a good mic over the past few years, just for hobby stuff. And I like stitched it together in a little reel, sent it to them. They wanted to hear back from me. They got me on a Zoom call to do a proper audition. They liked me enough to offer me the job the next day. That's just kind of how it happened. It's very much like a right place, right time kind of thing, and a lot of luck. But there are a lot of places, like, you know, I don't know necessarily how good all of them are, but like, you know, there are some places like voices.com or like Casting Call Club or whatever, where you can go. Some of them cost money for membership, some of them don't. Where you can like find people that are actively putting out calls for projects, and they specify whether they're for pay or for not, and you can just like look through sort of the listings and send something in, and sometimes you'll get jobs from that too. I got a podcast job from Casting Call Club one time from just looking around, and they
That
said
was
like,
the
hey,
null
we need
void
somebody to
one?
do this. Yes, that was the null void one. Yeah, they just had like a readout of all the characters and like what they were looking for, and they said like, the hourly rate is this, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna try it out for it, and sure enough, there you go.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like most of this kind of stuff is like, if you're trying to find work, you gotta put yourself out there. You gotta try it. And you said, like,
Yes.
You send out so many auditions and, a fraction even come back. And the way of, like, social media now, it's a great tool to have your work out there. Like, a lot of people have, like, the reels, right? The acting reels. And that's a great way to, like, just have a demonstration of your range and whatnot. But, to take things more seriously, you also got to put in that effort, I think.
And I have actually had instances where people have come to me and they'll be like, hey, I saw you on this acting directory, or I saw your reel on this site that you put it on or whatever, and I really liked the voice that you did at like this time code. Can you do that for me? And I've gotten jobs that way too.
You
in
just
fact,
never know who's looking.
the thing that I just recorded for recently, that I mentioned before, the dev had like reached out to me on Twitter and had watched some of my videos about Ace Attorney and was like, I was really impressed with your vocal range in those videos. So I decided that, when it came time, like I was casting for this thing and I thought of you. So I wanted to ask you if you wanted to do this.
Yeah. That's really cool.
It's all a matter of it's all a matter of like putting yourself out there, demonstrating your abilities, like if you can. It's not just about talent, obviously. It is also about luck. But like, if you can find those places, if you can get your foot in the door, if you keep going at it and like, not shying away from it, then like that's the best way to find opportunities.
Yeah. Thanks for that. I feel like, a lot of people, when you're just starting out, you don't know how to approach, like, even starting.
It's very difficult, especially because it is like that. It is so hard to give advice on it.
Just do it, and then like if you're really just starting out, just do it, and then post it, and then get feedback, and keep trying.
Because like
every experience is good.
Every time I would go to conventions as a teenager, I would go to like voice actors panels or whatever, and inevitably, of course, everybody, like all of those guests would eventually get somebody that asked them like, how did you get started voice acting, or how do I get started voice acting? And I always found it a little frustrating at the time that their answers seemed a little evasive, like, oh, you gotta like, just be in the right place at the right time, man, and like all that kind of stuff. And I was like, bullshit, that's not an answer. And then now that I've actually gone through it, I'm like, they weren't kidding though.
Yeah.
they were telling the truth.
You're like, damn it. All right, well, make it work for you.
Yeah.
Also, the very end here, it says best wishes to you and me. Though I do blame you for making Komahina canon in my brain. That's another thing, right? So like, I guess in your retrospectives, I don't think you mentioned shipping or whatever at all, because like that's not really relevant. And I don't know, I make my ships very clear, but I'm also of the opinion that I like don't really care too much. Like if someone hates what I like, I'm like, whatever.
Oh yeah, I mean that's how I see it. I ship multiple things. I ship multiple characters with different multiple characters.
Yeah.
And if somebody hates the pairing that I like, then I don't care.
We're too old
so
to
there
care
you
now.
go.
Again, you were just saying I just paid my taxes.
Again, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
All right. Now we got a question from Gabby. How'd you get to Umineko? Well, get into Umineko. Did you get into Umineko after Higurashi? So was that just like a
Yes.
natural, like, all right, well, might as well read the next thing?
Yeah, it was pretty much like that. It was like, Higurashi had finished, Umineko was starting, and I was like, oh, he's making a new thing. Let me read that. And then at first I didn't like it. I bounced right off of it because I was a kid and I didn't care. And then a few years later, when I became an older teen, I was like, some of this stuff, like from later in the series, looks like really crazy out of context. I need to figure out what's going on there. And then I went back to it and I was like, oh, it's really good. But I still feel like as a teen, a lot of it kind of flew over my head a little bit. And then I came back to it as an adult and read it again and became completely obsessed with it. So.
And your faves?
My faves from Umineko. I mean, obviously Beatrice is one of them. I love her. The character that I love the most, other than her, would probably be the character. At the point that I'm at in the streams now, the character has been named but has not been shown.
Okay. Well then, to everyone who's watching the streams, you'll know. I'll just be in the dark.
My favorite character and the one I relate to the most is Anje Ushiramiya. Love her. Such a mentally ill woman. God, I feel it, girl. And other than that, I don't know. Probably Bernkastel. I love Bernkastel. She's a piece of shit, but I like her a lot.
All right. Well, now your fave Sonic characters. And what do you think of the new movies and comics? I'm gonna guess it's like the live action ones.
So my favorite Sonic characters are probably Sonic himself, obviously. Eggman is probably one of my favorite characters too, not gonna lie. And here's some others. I really like Tangle and I really like Surge. Oh, and Blaze. I can't leave out Blaze.
Okay, speaking of Blaze, so I have no idea what Blaze's like character is like. The only thing, like the first time I ever saw Blaze was because I had the Mario and Sonic Olympic Games Wii game, and I was like, oh, who are all these Sonic characters I've never seen before in my life? Oh, Blaze is pretty. So I would use Blaze a lot. That's fun though.
Yeah, Blaze is great. She has cool fire powers. She's like got the stoic badass thing going on.
Yeah.
We love her.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, what do you think of the movies?
I think the movies are cute. I think the first one is perfectly serviceable but average. I think the second one is better and pretty cool. But I wish it had a little bit less Marvel humor in it. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with the next one.
Nice. All right, I think we should like speed through some of these questions. I'm sorry, I feel you were like, I'm kind of tired today, and I'm like, okay. I was like, all right, let's speed through this.
You're totally fine.
Okay, what's a fave V3 character?
Favorite V3 character. I have to come to bat for Saihara. I have to defend him from everybody who thinks he's boring. He's not. I like him.
He's super
just
cool.
Just because Kaede died, I understand. I'm as depressed as all of you are about that. But we still need to see the qualities that exist in the boy.
Yeah.
Because he's precious. And I also just think like his personality ties very well into what the themes of that game are, but I digress. And other than that, my favorite V3 because choosing the main character is a cop-out. My favorite V3 character that is not a main character is Maki Harukawa.
Yeah.
I love her so much. People tried to
Yeah.
argue with me about this. There were like people like commenting smarmily on my V3 video, like, "Oh, you said that Maki is the best female character in the game, so I can discount your entire opinion." And I was like, "The whole thing's subjective. Go like
Yeah.
whoever you want to like. I love you. Bye."
I don't know. Love Maki.
Yeah, I like Maki a lot. Like, I don't know. I'm very soft for characters who have like very that are very withdrawn and stern, but like conceal a tenderness that they want to keep sort of like preserve, and characters who go through that arc of sort of learning to be more open about what they want and like what they care about.
I think that's
Very
a good
good
opinion. All right, and then the next question for Gabby is like Komahina thoughts now, and I like listen. I know that the thing is like I think when it comes to like that particular ship, what is in canon and what is in like fanon are like two
are very
like somewhat
different.
separate in like whichever direction you end up going. But I don't know. What are your thoughts?
And see, yeah, that's the thing, because I think Komahina is a very interesting pairing. I like them together. I think there's a lot of like interesting dynamics going on between the two of them, and I certainly think that if some of those aspects are romantic, which they are very coded to be, then I also think that is interesting. I'm not as much of a fan of fanon Komahina, though. I don't like. I understand why people like it. I understand why people like that sort of more like domestic sort of flavor of their relationship. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It just personally doesn't really do it for me, though. I kind of prefer it when they're at each other's throats and they're spurring on each other's insecurities.
Yeah, I
prefer I prefer a little bit of the toxic yaoi. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the spice. The spice of life.
The spice of life. Yeah, exactly.
But like that's it, right? I'm like, that's what you like get hooked on the ship for, because you're like, oh my god, their dynamics.
Yeah, because like I said it in my SDR2 video, but like Kodaka literally said that Komaeda and Hinata's relationship is inspired by Batman and the Joker, and that tells you everything you need to know about them. That like that compulsion of like, you know, like I really respect you, and like, you know, there are things about you that I find really compelling and interesting and likable, but also at the same time, like, I can't stand you. You get on my nerves so bad. You like fuck up everything I try to do. Why are you like this? Yeah, it's good.
I mean, for the Komahinas in the chat right now, don't worry. I like the fan and stuff. I like them being domestic and other things.
I get it.
For the fun.
I understand it. It's just, you know, it's just not for me. But
yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. But thanks, Gabby, for the question. Also, so Kirby says, like, the name. I think that would be super funny if you named yourself after the castle, which was a parody of Disney.
No. It was really funny when that came up in the DR2 video that I did, though, because I was like, wait, are people going to think that I did that because of that?
Nezumi Castle? You're like, damn, that looks like a great castle. I want to live there. I want to be that castle.
I want to be that castle. No.
Alright, and Copy and Paste says, opinion on Monokuma.
Monokuma is an SS tier character. He is the glue that holds the entirety of Danganronpa together. He is like a little microcosm of Danganronpa itself. Because Danganronpa is a series that is sort of defined by its ability to both be really funny and like really dark and meaningful. The light and the darkness. Well, and of course, like be very hopeful and bright. And like, I don't know, I just really like that he walks that line very perfectly as an antagonist, that like he fits seamlessly into comedy. He fits perfectly into lighter moments because he has such a fun, goofy design, and he's voiced by, you know, beloved child mascot voice actress Nobuyo Oyama, so he gets to like, you know, there's that association of whimsy there that like you can't help but think that he's like, you know, funny and light, but then at the drop of a hat he turns into like this sadist who's like talking about killing people and doing all these horrible things. And like in a sense, I guess that, you know, he is very representative of the series that he is a mascot for in that way. Because he perfectly embodies the whiplash of moods and like the different styles of Danganronpa. I think that it wouldn't be nearly the same without him. And the fact that he gets sort of a diminished role in every succeeding game makes me sad.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, so I think he's the strongest in the first 2 games. And it's funny because, like, at the end, we know it's basically Junko, right? It's like Junko's live performance, but like, we don't really think about it that way.
No, yeah, like Monokuma is a character unto himself. It's like, do you remember the like old meme where it's like Matthew Lillard in the Shaggy costume, and he's like, I don't even remember filming any scenes. It's just that the spirit of Shaggy overtakes me. Like that's Junko. She's like, I don't even remember starting the killing game. It's the spirit of Monokuma overtakes me.
Yeah, I think like to me it's interesting because like, you know, like in Ultra Hope Girls where Shirakuma and Kurokuma are basically like the 2 halves of Junko's AI or whatever. Like to me, they feel less like, I don't know, they feel more removed from Junko than ever, even though they are like piloted by her AI. They are
very interesting characters, let's put it one way.
I don't like Kurokuma. That's so annoying.
No, Kurokuma's really annoying. Although I do like kind of like the weird polarity that they represent, where like you feel like you get their vibe immediately once you see them, because you're like, oh, this one's the Snow White one that talks in a really sweet voice, and this one's the dark one that wears like sunglasses and shit and like is cursing all the time. But in reality, the opposite is kind of true, because Kurokuma is like a goofball, like cornball that like
no one takes seriously.
Yes, but like, you know, so he sort of like represents this, you know, in a way he's trying to be like a supportive sort of like I don't know how to put it, like, you know, he's on Despair team, but like he's helping those kids. They don't like him, but he's doing his part. And then you have Shirakuma, who is ostensibly on the surface providing hope, quote unquote, to the adults, but in reality is trying to sabotage them and make them feel worse. So it's like, it's very interesting in that, like, you know, they have this very predictable default outward appearance, but like underneath the surface they're kind of the opposite of what they pretend to be, which is very interesting in how it interacts with Junko's propensity to have various different like personality changes, and like how she presents herself in very different ways to appeal to certain people.
For sure. And like Monokuma in V3 is just kind of there, honestly. I hate
can really tell that he wasn't. You can really tell that he wasn't planned to be in the game originally.
Yeah, I think that was something that they said, that he was like a later addition, which I'm like, what? How could you even do that?
Yeah.
but I
and then
think
the Cubs are like, yeah, they're also pretty annoying. But at the same time, I also kind of understand what they were going for, where it's like, well, yeah, I mean, like, you know, if this is a TV show, then like we're on like the whatever season, you know, like we get to the point where they introduce. Yeah, we get to the point where they're introducing Baby Poof and like the dog into the Fairly Odd Parents. Like we gotta add all of these stupid characters that nobody wants to see.
But yeah, that's our opinion on Monokuma. He's great. Iconic design, honestly.
Yes. Love him.
All right, to continue. So we got this question from Emily about their plushie photos. What's your favorite out of these 4 photos?
Let's see. I kind of have to go with the bottom Kirigiri. The little sparkly eyes, the ray of light coming onto her face as though she is brightly looking forward to a new day. It inspires hope somewhere inside of me.
And then there's just a pistol.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Shit, I didn't even realize that was a pistol.
All right. Well,
I don't know what I thought it was, but
it's like, wow, the hope in her eyes, and then I'm just like looking at the gun.
She decides to shoot me.
The last
if that's what she
see.
wants, she can do it.
All right, moving on. We got a question from JB. So, how do you find the experience of playing a game for review or retrospective versus just playing it for fun? Oh, that's a good question. Do you feel like you gain more of an appreciation for a game by really diving deep into it?
Yeah, definitely. When I'm playing a game casually, I am just kind of like vibing a lot of the time. Whereas for a retrospective, I've usually done a little bit more like looking into it and stuff beforehand. And so I'm going back through something that I've already played with this sort of like this pre-established knowledge. And diving into it from that point is quite different because then like my eyes are attuned to like every little thing that I've learned beforehand. And I'm like, wait a minute, that was the thing that they were talking about in the development notes. This is when they did that. And this is when they did this. And this like ties into this later part of the plot that they set up later because, you know, I didn't know that at the time when I was going through it because I didn't get to that part yet. But, you know, all that stuff. It's very interesting because when I go through a piece of media the first time, I kind of just like to let it like wash over me. Like I'm just trying to experience it, you know? Like wherever it's trying to take me, whatever mood it's trying to create, I'm just trying to let it do its thing. Whereas whenever I revisit it, it's like, okay, now that I've let it do its thing, I can start to kind of peel the bones back a little bit and like examine the structure of it. Like, you know, now that I've let the intended experience take hold, I can start taking a look at the scaffolding underneath, is how I would describe it.
That makes sense. All right, so were there any characters or trials you gained more of an appreciation for while making retrospectives, or did you find yourself disliking them more?
Any characters or trials I gained more of an appreciation for? I guess if I had to say, like, there's a Danganronpa case that I gained more appreciation for, I guess it would probably be the 4th case of the first game.
Okay.
And that isn't even because I thought it was bad. I thought it was a good case when I first read it. But I just didn't, like, realize until later when I got better at, like, examining media and, like, articulating my thoughts on it, like, how crucial that case is to, like, the entire rest of that game.
Sakura Queen.
It is like the glue that holds the entire final act together because that is the moment where everybody kind of locks into their final characterization. It's the moment where everybody stops deciding to decides to stop killing each other, and they actually mean it, and they do it for real. And it's just like, it's really cool. I don't know. It's just like, you know, from that point on, like all of the things that you see in the end of the game, the themes, the like discussions, like all of that stuff, they're being sort of rolled out and solidified at that moment. And I just think that's really neat. It's very endearing to see everybody come together and sort of like that is their definitive point where they're like, we are no longer like at each other's throats. We're no longer suspicious of each other. Like we are friends. And then they vote Naegi into the pit the next trial, but you know, it's okay.
But yeah, oh my gosh. You know what? I never really thought about it that way, but it is a turning point thematically as well. And it's like, I guess it's like,
it's fun.
For characters like Byakuya especially, it's like their turning point
especially
of like perspective.
Him, yeah.
It's like, what the hell?
That's the moment. That's the moment. Like, that's the moment where he actually has to contest with the idea that people have feelings.
Yeah. And
because,
like from chapter 5, he's like cooperating with the group, and it's like, whoa, oh my god.
Yeah, because like before that, he can't possibly comprehend the idea of committing a crime for anything other than self-interest. And so the idea that somebody would not only commit a crime, but sacrifice their own life to help others, and not only others, but like him. Like Sakura did this for all of them, and in that moment he's like, shit, like I've done nothing but be like terrible to her. Like, why would she sacrifice her life for me? Like, is this the strange feeling of friendship and love that I have been completely neglecting this entire time?
I mean, in a way, I guess it's like when you think about it that way, did they put the Sakura statue in the Great Palace? Like, why was she there?
I wouldn't doubt it, because they're the ones who like made at least, you know, helped on the simulation and stuff.
Yeah.
So like,
they were like, Sakura, our symbol.
Yeah, or they could have just asked Gekko Gahara to do it, I guess. But you know. Yeah. But I feel like that wouldn't be a hard ask. They'd just be like, hey, you remember our friend? Could you put her in there? Because we really like her and want to honor her. And it's like, okay, whatever.
All right, we're up to our last 3 audience questions now. So,
nice.
What are your favorite games to play, and what is your favorite part of your career?
My favorite games to play. That is tough because they tend to change. It's like casual games that I can play anytime. I always really like playing the Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, Sonic Mania. I really like Portal. Both Portal games are great. What else? I guess I can just give some recent game examples that I've been enjoying too. I really like Buckshot Roulette, which just got an update. I've been playing it entirely too much. I also really like Ultra Kill. Ultra Kill's fun. I'm not very good at it, but I like it. Yeah, that's about it.
And favorite part of your career, I suppose, maybe like YouTubing or voice acting, whichever one you prefer to talk about.
I ironically, because I know that I did say earlier that like I have a lot of regrets about how the video itself came together, and like the feedback from it made me reevaluate how I wanted to do videos like that in the future. But like the actual process of making the Danganronpa 3 video is probably one of my favorite memories in terms of the channel, just because that was the first time I had ever actually like really worked in tandem with a friend on a project of that scale. And like just kind of going back and forth with each other and like pitching each other jokes and stuff like that. Like we really bonded over that experience and like had a fun time, like at least making each other laugh through it. And so like even if the final product is one that I would probably do a lot differently nowadays, I still feel like the experiences I had while working on it were meaningful to me.
Yeah. That's nice. The power of friendship.
Yeah.
All right. What was the first anime you ever watched? Do you even remember?
I mean, if we were going to be really technical, I guess you could say something like Pokemon, but I kind of feel like that doesn't count because that's like the kind of answer that literally anyone can give. Let's see. The first anime that I saw other than Pokemon. Oh, yeah, duh. It was Sailor Moon.
Ah.
I loved Sailor Moon. I used to go to the Blockbuster. That's an old sentence.
Yeah, wow.
And I would rent Sailor Moon VHS tapes with the Deke dub of Sailor Moon on them.
Yeah.
I remember there was one particular episode where Usagi is attacked by like a weird hairdresser monster.
Mm-mm.
And that episode scared the shit out of me. I ran and like turned off the TV and then ran downstairs and like it was a whole thing.
That's so cute though.
And then yeah, I guess from there it would have been something like, you know, Zatch Bell, Naruto, stuff like that. Ghibli movies.
Yeah. I mean, the question continues to say, were there any that were particularly formative for you?
Formative. I mean,
I feel like all of them in combination just like, you know, end up influencing you as a person anyway.
Definitely. If I had to choose one that was the most formative at the time, it would probably be a tie between Zatch Bell and Naruto. Naruto both, especially was like I was a real like big Naruto head as a kid. It really inspired me to get more into like art and stuff like that, and like cosplay too. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, and the last audience question, we can just skip and go to that. How different of a person do you think you are now compared to when you first started making stuff on the internet? And they also say they love your content and can't wait to see what you do next.
Thank you. Well, it depends on where you're taking this from, because I started making content on the internet when I was very small. But if you just mean for YouTube, this particular YouTube channel, then like, I don't know. I mean, like, I definitely feel like I've grown as a person a lot over the last few years, just in terms of like adult responsibilities and like tempering myself and like being a little, you know, a little bit more mellowed out. You know what I mean? I used to be a little bit more, a bit more passionate, a bit more in your face about things, but now I'm a little bit more like, you know, I'm a little bit more open to hearing what other people have to say. You know, so like, I would say that I still maintained a lot of my like same thoughts and feelings about a lot of things, and I've still sort of maintained a lot of my goals and like the general energy that I try to bring to things. But I think with age, I've just become a little bit more patient and a little bit more willing to admit when I am not the person in the room that needs to be talking. Which is a good thing to learn, good thing to have.
It's, again,
so,
like you said,
you know,
good to be humble. Good to be humble and humbled. All right. Well, thank you very much, Marcie. We're gonna end this by asking if you have a question for me.
Yes, I do have a question for you. I have prepared it, and it might take you a minute.
Oh, okay.
So I have just recently, as of this recording, posted a giant tier list on my Twitter of like every Sonic character in existence.
Okay. Oh, okay.
And don't worry, I'm not gonna ask you to do it, especially because I'm sure that there are a lot of things on there that are just unrecognizable. But I'm gonna link this tier list.
Oh my god!
And I want you
Wait,
to look at this like I want you to look at this gargantuan mountain of characters, and I want you to just like find a random one that you think looks cool or like appealing to you specifically.
Holy moly.
And I want you to pick that one out, and I want you to show it to me. There you go.
Holy crap. Wait, the title says almost all of them. This is not even every character.
This is not even all of them.
Alright, I'm gonna put that the link into the chat so people can look it up too, but holy moly. God, there's a lot of them. Alright, you know what? Let me put this on screen so that people can take a look at this thing. If they can. Oh wait, no, I can't show that. Okay, never mind. Well, people on the chat can like take a look. Okay, let me look. There's Sonic, Supersonic, Hyper. Actually, I can't read them all out loud. That would take forever.
Yeah, that would take you too long. You're just gonna have to glaze over.
All of these pictures aren't even loading yet. There's so many. Well, all right. Let's go from the first chunk of characters that I can see here. I mean, I know the basic ones because of Sonic X.
We gotta get a little. We gotta
Mario
get a little
and Sonic at the Olympic Games. All right. Well, let's see. If I can't pick like the main characters, well, Honey looks kind of cute. Let me see who else. I'll keep going. You know, Rouge is hot.
That's true, brother.
I always thought Tails was really cute. He's just a little guy, you know?
Yeah, he's just a little guy.
I mean, I've seen the what was it? The Sonic real-time dub. So I know Elise, but I think she's ugly as hell.
Damn.
Sorry, Elise. Okay, I'm gonna just keep scrolling. Again, Blaze is cool. Blaze is really cool. The chows are adorable. But I only like the original chow color. The rest kind of look.
Okay.
They all look kind of you know, like how Yoshis have too many colors. I'm just like, that's just a recolor. It's not that unique. Oh god, there's the little mascots I've never seen before. Okay.
It's Magic One with the I'd pick Sally Acorn childhood crush. You were so based for that.
Yeah, she's from the one where they are in a band or something, right?
No.
No? Oh god.
No,
I remember there was a TV show where they're in a band and Sonic has like siblings or something.
Yeah, there were 3 different cartoons by that same studio. That was the third one. Sally was from one. Well, the first 2 were made concurrently. She was from one of them.
Oh, I'm seeing the Murder of Sonic characters here. I'm seeing Barry, Conductor, and the Conductor's wife, who looks pretty.
I love the Conductor's wife.
Damn, you got a hot wife.
Literally, like she doesn't even like she has like 2 lines. I'm like, dude.
God, right under the Conductor's wife, I see Supreme High Robotnik, and he's got his nipples out. What is this preview image?
He sure does.
All right, okay, so these are the cartoon characters now. They kind of look they look like Flintstone-ish. Are these
it's very strange. No, it was Deke did it.
Right. Oh, there's Sally Acorn. Yeah, I mean, like, it's funny when, like, you think, like, Sonic's nude, and then, like, you know, some characters have clothes. And so it's like...
Yeah.
in retrospective, it just makes Sonic, like, a nudist.
Yeah, it's a little strange.
Oh, there it is, Sonic Underground. Right. All right, that's where he is. Oh, Sonic X! That's the group that I know. Oh, wait, I'm seeing Sonic's OVA. He's got like a cowboy hat. That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, there was a big long like 50-minute OVA that was made by Studio Pierrot, who does you know, Naruto, Tokyo Ghoul, whatever.
Dark
Back
Sonic.
in the 90s. Yes.
Dark
That was in
Sonic.
season 3
Alright.
of Sonic X.
We gotta have like the evil versions. I saw there was like the werewolf kind of looking Sonic from like a Wii game or something. I'm like, oh my god.
From Sonic Unleashed.
He got even more furry. Alright, one more. Who else is there? Oh, I remember Cream. I remember Cream from Sonic X. She's kind of cute. Just a little guy. Oh god, there's so many faces and they're all blurring together.
Yep.
One of them kind of looks like that Pokemon. Cosmo kind of looks like a Pokemon that I don't know the name of.
I love Cosmo. I love Cosmo. She looks like Gardevoir. Is that what you're thinking?
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep going. Sonic Boom. I watched a little bit of Sonic Boom. Oh, how could I forget? Amy. I think Amy's cool. I like her with her hammer. I like that she just has it, like, for no reason sometimes. Oh god, there's so many! I keep scrolling and it never ends. It really just never ends. Okay, I'm just gonna keep scrolling. There's way too many at this point.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm probably
just go wild.
I'm just picking the ones that look cute to me. The ones that look cute. Alright, who's like a... Oh god, they're... What the heck? Why did they have like the creepypastas down here as well?
Yeah, I don't know why they've got those. Ignore that.
Alright, well, I'll scroll back up now. Well, I think those would be it. Anyway, anyone who's like a hot woman or like a cute guy, that's probably my faves.
Fair enough, fair enough.
And that doesn't include Elise. She's ugly. As hell.
Damn.
Yeah, sorry, Elise. Alright, well that makes sense.
She's gonna be crying about this, and if you know Sonic lore, you know why that's bad.
Oh, well, I don't know Sonic lore. I'll let her keep crying. Alright, well that would be my answer.
Very cool, very cool.
As someone who doesn't know too much about Sonic, I'm just like, yeah. Oh, you know what? Cream has a mom. Cream has a mom.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does.
I like how you said that. I'm sure there's plenty of fans. Khee, no? Well, what do you want me to say?
I have no idea.
Anyway, I just think Rouge is hot, and then that's good.
Based.
I don't think you could play Rouge in Sonic and Mario Olympic Games. That's a shame. I don't think she was a character you could play. They should have done that. Yeah. Maybe she was too hot for the Olympics. her booby disadvantage or advantage. All right. Well, you know what? That's a great way to end.
Yeah. Perfect note to leave off on.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Marcie, for being with me today. And thank you to everyone in the chat who's been here the whole time. I can't believe it. Thank you. The real troopers.
Yeah, I had a great time. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. And definitely, let's do this collab again sometime. We don't have to just talk about you next time.
Absolutely. Yeah, let's talk about anybody but me next time.
But yeah, thanks everyone for being here, and I hope you guys learned a lot about Marcie. And go support Marcie everywhere that I've linked in the description of this stream. But yeah, where can people probably catch you next?
Next. I guess, it's probably just over on my channel on youtube.com/NezumiVA. I am working on my Apollo Justice video right now. It should be out within the month. And I will probably be streaming again sometime next week.
You're so productive. I'm like procrastinating. I'm like, God, I should make another YouTube video, but I don't want to.
There's no time like the present. Seize opportunity.
Nah, it's alright. I don't feel like it.
Okay, well, if you're sure.
Alright, well, thank you everybody for coming. And maybe when the stream is over, leave your favorite fun fact about Marcie down in the comments. So Marcie can read them. What did you learn today? So today I learned that Beatrice is not pronounced Beatrice, but Beatrice.
Beatrice.
Beatrice. Fun fact, Marcie is cool. That's so true.
Wow.
And again, I'm gonna just put this back on screen, but go follow Marcie everywhere. All right.
Thank you.
I'll see you guys. Thank you, Marcie. And you should go eat dinner. And
yes.
I'll see you another time. Yes, Marcie is purple. Very true.
Yeah, very purple.
All right. All right. Bye, everyone. See you another time.